Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
It is now 6:35 and we are out of closed executive session. At this time, we will reconvene the regular meeting of the Board of Education with a pledge to the American flag. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Bucher.
Here.
Mr. Herrera. Here. Mrs. Howe. Here. Ms. Mayville.
Here.
Mrs. Reed-Nemick. Here. Mrs. Whitcomb. Here. Mr. Zickert.
Are there any items on the agenda any members of the board would like to amend or move? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the agenda of the regular meeting of the Board of Education on November 15th, 2021 as presented?
So moved.
Member Mayville made the motion and Member Hauk seconded the motion to approve the agenda of the regular meeting of the Board of Education on November 15th, 2021 as presented. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Mayville.
Aye.
Mrs. Hauk. Mr. Herrera. Mrs. Whitcomb. Mr. Zickert. Mr. Bucher. Mrs. Reed-Nemick.
Aye. Motion passes. At this time, we will have our school reports from Student Council students. Up first, we have Caden Finisted from Belvedere High School.
To honor our veterans and remember the reason for our day off on November 11th. Washington Academy, the students had been practicing for student-led conferences in their classrooms. Students were preparing and practicing what they will share with their parents so that they can take ownership over their learning. They recently finished celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month on October 15th, and some students and teachers helped create visual displays throughout the building. A goal in the building is to embrace the students and the cultures within the building and community. They have done this by promoting and providing students with opportunities for student ownership of their learning and our building's environment. They look forward to continuing their practices throughout the year. At South Middle School, there was nothing to report. Belvedere High School concluded a successful fall athletic season by seeing more all-conference athletes named than the total named during the entire 2020-2021 athletic season. Bo and Gigi DeGeneiro qualified for the state meet in the girls tennis, and Nina Fiore qualified for state and girls cross country. Boys soccer finished the season ranked in state, and both Sutton and McKenna Gaines finished top 10 in multiple events for girls co-op swimming. Girls golf nearly qualified for state, and football ended their season with an exciting 32-29 win over Guilford. Also, theater arts performed the play Trap in the Performing Arts Center October 22nd through the 24th, and both National Honor Society and theater hosted separate Halloween events in the school. We celebrated National Stress Awareness Day on November 3rd, giving away squishy stress pencils to staff and students and talking about stress management techniques. Now, since the North representative is not here, I will be speaking on their behalf. Lincoln Elementary School, they had space night with the Discovery Center for 3rd through 5th graders, and it was a huge success. All students participated in a space laser assembly earlier the same day. The students have been learning patriotic songs this month and in music in honor of Veterans Day. At Seth Whitman, they have been very busy at Seth Whitman. We know that we now have after-school tutoring running for schools in grades K through 5. After-school tutoring takes place every Tuesday and Thursday, and instruction focuses on both reading and math. Students have been very excited to attend. At Caledonia Elementary, they are having a great year at Caledonia. They finished up their first annual trunk or treat and had a great turnout. In addition, they allowed students to wear their costumes to school and did a parade through the neighborhood. The students, parents, and community loved it. They are looking forward to parent conferences coming up at the end of the trimester. At Central Middle, parent-teacher conferences were taking place on 11/4 and 11/10. The National Junior Honor Society induction ceremony will take place on 11/10/21. Boys basketball, cheer, and dance seasons are in full swing. The first progress run was sent home on 11/4/21. The staff has been involved in analyzing several pieces of data in the last few weeks: dual language AAPPL data, approaching proficiency data for all students, approaching proficiency data for students with special ed, and EL services, and the panorama data that the most recent survey. At North High School, they had an awesome month at North. Here are some highlights. They had their first play in over 2 years, Puffs. They had a Spirit Week at the end of October that included a huge hit where students brought anything but a backpack to school. Boys cross country finished 10th place in the state of Illinois in Peoria. The band had their marching concert and the choir performed their fall concert. They had 21 teachers nominated for the Golden Apple Awards. And lastly, the girls volleyball team finished second in state in the past weekend. That is all.
At this time, members of the public and employees of District 100 who submitted comments via email will be read after the in-person comments. And those attending in person will make public comments first. Per Board Policy 2230, the board must allow a minimum of 30 minutes of public comment and a 20-minute minimum total length of time for any one subject. If we reach 30 minutes on any given topic this evening, I may request an end to public comment. In order to give the maximum number of people an opportunity to speak, please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Again, all email comments provided to the Board of Education via the BOE@district100.com email by 1 p.m. today have been included to be read if time permits. Emailed public comment received after 1 p.m. today has been attached to this evening's agenda for the public and the board review. I apologize if I mispronounce names. Please feel free to correct me. First, we have Holly Schmentzer. She'll be speaking on the impact of teacher on administrative leave on students, specifically social studies and at BCMS. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Holly Schremser, and I am the parent of an 8th grade student at Belvedere Central Middle School. My child's social studies teacher is one of the district teachers who has been placed on administrative leave due to the vaccination and weekly testing requirements. For the past 6 weeks, my daughter has not had a teacher in this U.S. history class. A multitude of people have been covering this class in the teacher's absence. One day they had 3 subs in one 45-minute class period. The reason why I wanted to speak to all of you this evening is not to debate the state mandates or give an opinion on this issue, but to bring your attention to the impact that it is having on our students. The teacher who has been placed on leave taught both language arts and social studies classes at the school. According to the principal, they were able to make the necessary changes to get most of her classes covered, but 2 classes remain affected, her 6th and 7th hour social studies classes. These 2 classes include approximately 50 students. There essentially has been 0 teaching going on in these 2 classes. According to the building principal, the 50 students that make up these 2 classes are now approximately 6 weeks behind their classmates from the other 8th grade history classes. We have been told that it is unlikely that they will ever be able to catch up. A few weeks ago, another history teacher was brought in to teach the class for 2 days. This was because the students were being forced to take a test over material that they had not yet covered. While I believe this teacher made every effort to go over a lot of material in a short period of time to catch these students up, the reality is that it just wasn't enough time, and all but 2 students miserably failed that test, my daughter included. We requested that she be allowed to retake that test, but we're told instead to not worry about it because the test was going to be excluded when they factor grades because so many students did poorly. 2 weeks ago, Central Middle School implemented the Edgenuity online learning program in these 2 classes. This is a credit recovery program that is being used as mainstream curriculum. Students work at their own pace, watching lessons and taking tests on their Chromebook. They are basically responsible for their own learning. The building sub sits in the classroom simply as a classroom monitor. The principal has advised us that Edgenuity will continue to be used until this teacher returns to her position or someone else applies for it. The job has currently been posted for 5 weeks, without a single applicant. This is what I want to ask you tonight. Is this the education that I'm paying for? And where is the fairness in this situation? Are these 50 students not entitled to the same education as the other 8th grade students? And how are these 50 students going to compare to their classmates who had an actual teacher when they move on to high school next year and the history classes that they will be required to take there? I don't know the answer to this problem, but I do know that I can't sit back quietly and allow my child's education to be impacted in this way. On behalf of my child and the other 49 students in those 2 classes, I implore you to make it a priority to figure out an acceptable solution to this issue so that an equal education is being provided to these students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, John Deary, speaking on proficiency-based grading.
Good evening. My name is John Deary. I am a teacher at Belvedere High School. I also have the privilege of being the English content leader and a varsity coach there as well. I've been an educator for 12 years, and in those 12 years, I've picked up 2 graduate degrees, a Master's of Arts in Curriculum and Instruction, and Master's of Science in Instructional Design. I bring these degrees up not to gloat or to pad my own ego, but to bring in some expertise and some intentional work that I've done over the course of over a decade on how to structure curriculum, instruction, and design in the classroom. Over the last 12 years, I've taught both in a proficiency-based system here in Belvedere for the last 4 years, as well as a traditional grading system prior to that. One of the things that's rarely talked about when we talk about proficiency-based grading are the deep, dark secrets that happen in teachers' grade books. Teachers' grade books are subjected to their needs, their wants, their desires at the time. That as we look at how points are assigned, we actually are not teaching information, but we are rather acquiring points that we go through, and we can hide and change and manipulate the value of a test or the weight of an assignment to make the class average look a little bit better, to protect our own backsides. It's something that's been done for a long time. It's something that's uncomfortable to admit, and it's something that's done at many, many locations. This is not an isolated thing. This is not something that's unique to me or to any of the teachers I've worked with. And PBG is supposed to go ahead and shift that into measuring skill and basing it off of a standard. And we've come across the problems of making that switch, because when you've had a system that you have a little play in, that a box of Kleenex can bump you from an 88 to a 91, you get that B to an A without actually learning anything. One, you're put to the challenge of actually teaching, it becomes much more difficult. When we look at what PBG is bringing for us in our schools, it is bringing that struggle, and we can all deny it. We can't deny that. And that struggle is a good thing, because it is bringing about better teaching practices and teaching a better teaching experience for our students. That being said, everyone in this room cannot deny the fact that we're here because we care about students. We all do. Whether you're on the board, you're a parent, you're a teacher here, we all are here to advocate for our students and what's best for them. And our methodologies and approaches are varied and are never going to align. But as we move forward, and as the board considers possible changes to our grading system and our learning mastery system, I implore you to look at the 2 roads in front of us. The first road is that of responding to those feelings of emotion, the vitriol that has come out of the conflict over this, the emotions that parents have about their students struggling, the frustrations that teachers have. Those are the things that can give easy, quick changes. Rather, I implore this board to go with an approach that is slow, that is calculated, that is built upon data and time, things that we don't want to give, but we need to. Over the course of the next year, we need time without COVID influencing our practices, while we're having all teachers at the same time implementing, working with our instructional coaches and our resources in the district to actually be able to explore this topic, to better understand how it's working for us and be able to make the changes necessary for us to implement that. So as we listen to voices tonight, again, I implore you, do not respond to the emotion, respond to the time and the need that we have to cover this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Deary. Next, Bill Clicker, speaking regarding proficiency-based grading.
Read this quickly so I can squeeze it in. My name is Bill Clicker, and my wife and I have been residents of Poplar Grove since 2004. Our daughter graduated from Belvedere North in 2021, and our son is currently a junior at Belvedere North. Our experience with the school system and faculty in Caledonia, Belvedere Central, and Belvedere North has been overwhelmingly positive. The reason I chose to speak here today is to voice my opposition to the continuation of PBG in District 100 schools. While I'm confident in the faculty and the ability of my children to work hard to learn, I feel both students, faculty, and parents continue to struggle unnecessarily due to PBG. It's my opinion that the underlying philosophy that PBG is built on is fundamentally flawed. It encourages procrastination and does not prepare students for post-secondary education or postgraduate employment. I'm unable to think of a career path that allows you to repeatedly try and fail until you achieve success. I don't think you would want your surgeon, architect, engineer, or bus driver to be allowed to just keep trying until they master their craft. The reality of life is that there are deadlines and consequences to not meeting those deadlines. PBG has taken a simple, universally understandable grading system and contorted it into a complex mess that puts our students at a disadvantage when compared with their peers in other school districts. Despite their best efforts, PBG has not been administered consistently by faculty, adding to students' frustration and confusion. Perhaps it has a place in grade school where difference between an A and a C doesn't mean a whole lot. But at the high school level, grades and GPA have a direct impact on a student's college admissions, scholarships, and financial aid. I feel the transition from high school to college, which is difficult enough already, is made more difficult by forcing our students to shift from PBG to a traditional grading system once they get to college. My daughter escaped PBG by attending Rock Valley College in her senior year through the Running Start program. My son will be attending RVC next year through Running Start as well. Running Start's an excellent program for high school students in good academic standing, but is even more valuable now as a means to avoid PBG. We chose to live in Poplar Grove in part based on the reputation and quality of the school system. However, when recently asked by a new coworker who voiced an interest in moving to Candlewick, my recommendation was to consider a property on the north side of the subdivision or a private school to avoid District 100 schools at this time. I'm sure that PBG was implemented with the best intentions and the faculty is doing their best to make it work. But to anyone who is paying attention, it should be fairly easy to sense the continued frustration of faculty, parents, and students. The most compelling data I found in the 2021 district-wide grading promotion system document that is attached to today's board agenda is on page 28. Over 70% of the 1,459 students polled would prefer a traditional grading system to PBG. I'd be interested to hear the results of the same question asked confidentially of faculty or parents in the district. My suspicion is that you would see similar results. When 70% of your constituents are asking to make a change, it's the obligation of this body to pay attention and vote accordingly. It's time to end this failed social experiment and end PBG in District 100. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clicker. Next, Misty Croyel, speaking regarding proficiency-based grading. And Ms. Croyel, can you make sure that the microphone is on, has a green button, please?
Says it's green.
Excellent, thank you.
All right. I'm long, so if I have something very important to get to, so if I'm gonna run out of time, please let me know. I spent a lot of time preparing this and I do have handouts for after. Yeah, I would love to, thank you. So I do have, I have a lot to go over. I did a lot of research on this over the last couple months and I'd really like an opportunity to present everything. Again, if I'm gonna run out of time, please let me know. For reference, I'm a mom of 5 kids, 2 who are high achieving graduates of BHS, a senior and a sophomore at BHS, and a 7th grader at BSMS. We've been part of the district since 2005. I work full-time as a project manager, writing proposals for complex communication systems that integrate with various communications platforms. I have an MBA in various certifications in project management. I understand the process of project implementation, performing risk analysis, and determining risk mitigation strategies that are needed throughout any project implementation. I say all of that as a frame of reference and to clarify that the implementation of PBG and now the new Empower grading system is exactly that, a project. Prior to this year, I didn't feel the need to get involved in board meetings, curriculum meetings, policy meetings, let alone find myself standing here speaking at a board meeting. And when PBG first rolled out, I told my kids they needed to adjust to the new teaching methods and support their teachers, as this was an adjustment for them as well. Now frustrated with the direction of the curriculum and grading systems, I went to my first curriculum meeting in March. As questions were asked, I found that the answers being given did not provide clear answers, so I began asking questions of my own. The short version was that we were 5 years into a 10-year plan. I asked what we were doing for students who are ready to move on to new material in their classes, but are being held back, waiting for others to catch up. I was told we are not there yet. I asked what the remediation plan was for students in the district who have been negatively affected by the implementation of PBG. There is no remediation plan. There is no plan B for students that this is impacting negatively. So I have to ask, why are we implementing a project with no risk mitigation strategy in place? In the world of project management, to not consider the risk elements of a project and plan for mitigation strategies before the start of implementation borders on irresponsibility, as there is never a situation during project implementation that does not require some element of risk mitigation. As I understand it, the rollout of PBG was approved by the board as a pilot program, meaning there should have been no assurance it would get approved to continue on within the district. So what are the goals and measurements that are being used to determine if PBG is successful at the elementary and middle school levels? Who's responsible for measuring those goals? Who's responsible for providing the inputs, how we determine if we are ready to keep PBG moving forward into the high school, or if we need further evaluation to apply risk mitigation for success at the lower grade levels first? The District 100 website states that we've been working on PBG since 2011 and started pushing implementation in 2016, 2017. The site also refers to us as a certified Marzano high reliability school. But what does that even mean? Should I skip to my most important point? All right. So I want everybody to stop trying to convince me that there's something wrong with the traditional grading system and that my kids brought in Kleenex for extra credit for their grades. The PBG has negatively impacted my children. I have a son at UIS who was impacted between $8,000 and $10,000 over the course of his college education because of the GPAs. My daughter, who was just received her first 2 acceptance letters to college today into her program. I'm going to put this chart up here. This is the difference. 0.1% of her GPA makes in what she can be offered for scholarship money. That's $32,000, $32,000 difference in what she could get for scholarship money. And because of PBG, she is on the brink of this and not this. And it's not because she's not smart, and it's not because she does not work hard. It's because of PBG, because she was on track for this right here. That's $32,000. So I'm going to ask you to please, I'm not saying throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm just saying we need to pump the brakes at high school, reevaluate, reassess, find where we can make some changes to make this beneficial without hurting the students who are on their way to college. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Correa. Next, we have Mark.
If the speaker's not, we don't use the speaker anymore because we're broadcasting the sound to the internet. So that speaker doesn't pick up anything.
Thank you. For anyone that approaches, please remember or think of that and maybe project your voice if you want. Take your mask down while you're speaking. Okay. Next is Mark Rohde. He'll be speaking on achievement test scores.
No, I was gonna allow my time to miss you, but
So I could finish.
Okay, so no on you. Okay,
no.
thank you.
Well, both of them. They all should talk as long as they want.
Do you have something? Do you have something to give?
No, he was just going to allow me to keep it working tonight because I knew it was longer than 3 minutes.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, if you want to hand it, Do you want to hand it to him and have him read it?
It's more personal. I mean, it's more personal, but,
that's not policy.
Excuse, oh.
right,
so-
that's not what we're
Please,
here for.
please stop. That's not what we're here for.
That's not what we're here for.
If,
Hold on, I gotta. find
Miss,
where I was.
Mrs. Croyle,
Yes, ma'am.
since your time is up,
Yes.
if you would like to cede to Mr. Rhodey to read for you, that can be done. Otherwise, we can move to the
No,
next.
I think the biggest point I wanted to make was the scholarship money. That's it. So that's it.
Okay,
There was other stuff too.
okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Next, we have Tom Wahlberg.
We were gonna let you, it's just all right, so it's fine.
Okay, thank you.
There's somewhere in the policy that says you cannot defer.
This is not a back and forth between the
the-
audience and the board. It's public comment.
Thank you,
get your
Mrs.
3
Mayville.
minutes.
Thank you.
But
N-
then you
No.
should publish the protocol.
No, Mrs. Croyle, you have things that you can pass out, correct?
Well, yeah, goes along with what I was.
Okay.
That's not really-
If you would like to provide that to anyone else as well as to the board, that wanted to hear you speak, that would be fine
I
as
only
well.
have enough of the guys.
Okay,
This is basically, as I was talking about, the rankings of the school throughout the last 10 years. The very last page is for the Marzano Academy, that this is, a lot of this is based on. And it clearly shows that that particular academy is not. I just have to wonder, why are we trying to get there? Why are we following after a program that's in the lowest?
thank you. Next, we have Elise Schlichting speaking on proficiency-based grading.
I'm actually reading this on behalf of Melissa Gallagher. She could not be here for the meeting tonight. Dear District 100 board members, firstly, I would like to thank the members on the board for this unimaginably challenging job of servicing this district, especially during the last 2 years. We appreciate your time and commitment to serving the community. I have 3 students currently in this district, 1 attending BCMS and 2 at BNHS. My concern today is for the failed PBG system and its clearly obvious inability to support our children's education as evidenced by our plummeting test scores. Board members have a difficult decision ahead of them. We as concerned community members strongly urge you to vote against the failed system and return to standardized grading. I have written a previous email to the board that outlined what I see as the major flaws to the system. I have spoken to countless students, parents, and teachers who all feel the same. It is time to revert back to traditional based grading before we academically lose an entire generation of students to this failed system. It is my belief, as well as those I've spoken with, in this current administration's decision to advance their PBG agenda that has single-handedly destroyed our position of academic power in our region and throughout the state. District 100 was once able to tout its high academic achievements over surrounding communities, as was the reason so many of us were lured to this district. In just a few years, potential homeowners have repelled from buying homes in this area due to our academic failure in the key academic areas that matter: math, science, and language arts. How can being anything lower than 50% be at all acceptable to anyone on this board? We all realize that District 100 isn't even close to 50%, and it seems absurd that we can stand by and allow us to continue on this path knowing the root of cause is PBG. In addition, PBG and its connection to Empower must be stopped immediately. Empower has strong negative implications to our students' grades and is leaving students, parents, and teachers confused about our students' true progress in the classroom. Nearly every day, I receive an email stating one of my students is behind on work when they claim to have turned in the work. Not a single parent, student, teacher, or teacher that I have spoken to believes the decision to institute Empower was based on the software's effectiveness and accuracy, and it's leaving all of the frustrated and confused. The contract with Empower needs to be broken immediately, if nothing more, for its performance failures. As I stated, I see countless negative aspects to PBG, but one glaring obvious point I would like to address tonight is the preparedness or lack thereof. My once highly achieving student no longer feels the need to study for exams because they can retake a portion of their test if they achieve a lower test score than they set a goal for. In life beyond the classroom, adults need to be prepared for highly stressful tests. PBG is teaching these kids that it's okay not to prepare, that they can have a second or third chance if they need it. In nearly every profession I can think of do-overs are not accepted in professional environments. Colleges and workplaces make no room for these that are not ready. A person will need to be edged out by someone who has trained harder or prepared more. Our children's early and middle educations are the foundation of what prepares them for beyond the classroom. We have one chance at getting this right for these kids, and now is the time to right the wrong. Board members have the power to vote against this system today for its lack of achievement and its failure to perform. Please do so now while we still have a fighting chance to turn this ship around and get it back on the right course of academic success. Sincerely, Melissa Gallagher.
Thank you, Ms. Schlichting. Next, we have Alicia Russo speaking regarding proficiency-based grading. I'm just reading off my sheet.
My maiden name. Good evening, everyone. I am Alicia Perez. I was a Russo. Tonight, you have very big decisions to make. It won't be easy. This is a hard emotional time for everybody. Everybody's invested financially, personally, and emotionally. No matter how or what you feel about PBG, children's futures are on the line. I'm fortunate to have at least 15 different teacher perspectives from a day in the life of my 3 North students. I have average children from an education perspective. It's easy to find people to come up and talk about how great it is and how great it is for the future of our children. But ask yourself, why didn't they offer anyone who didn't like to come up and speak from a teacher perspective? Why would they be willing to share it with me and not other parents how they would feel? But they are not comfortable sharing it with the true decision makers. It's kind of sad, isn't it? First, I need to say that I really like Mr. Friesma. We've become friends. And personally, he seems to be doing a great job at North. I want you to all know when I share information, it's just to share. It's not just to share it. It's not personal. He and I had a great conversation about PBG. We both agreed that we don't agree on everything, but he respected taking in my information. I asked him to talk to one of my twins. One of my twins offered to talk to him, and they had my son came home and was super excited about the conversation they had. What he described was, we need to be rewarded, right? Not a prize or a token, a grade. How are they doing? They don't know on a day-to-day basis where they stand in a classroom. They have to understand, am I there? Am I not? I say to them, how is your school day going? I don't know. I got through that today, but I don't know how I did, or I have to retake it. My other twin in chemistry loves his teacher, says to me, Mom, why does he only teach 10 minutes? And then I have to work on my own. And now I have to do the whole unit all over again because I didn't do well on it. What are we doing? These are fundamental core things that our children need. When do teachers, and I love teachers, some of my closest friends are teachers, we've relied so much on video teaching that we're not actually educating our students. We talk about the old grading system. Lucas said it to Mr. Friesma. We need to be rewarded. We need to have grades. We need to know how we're doing. Well, isn't that what an A, B, C, D, F on a paper did? If a child got an F on a paper, isn't that a red alarm to say to a teacher, that kid didn't grasp it? Shouldn't I go back and help that child? Why do we need the social emotional aspect of it to move it along? It was right in front of us. Now you can go and find anything on the internet that's positive about PBG and negative. We can find that about medical. We can find that about anything, right? What I found on the Marzanos in Maine, you all know this, they made it into law in 2011, 2018, they took it out of law because they weren't having success. But what was consistent across the districts in Maine was that they liked components of it. So it almost sounds like what we had with Canvas, right? We had the teachers lay out their calendar in Canvas, and these children could work along at their own pace while teachers were teaching them. As a matter of fact, when my daughter's best friends finished English class in December, her freshman year, and moved on to her sophomore year, what was wrong with that? We were doing well. Why did we have to disrupt that? So I just want you to all understand the frustration of grading from a teacher's perspective as well. They say, we don't know what the hell is happening. We don't know how to change a grade. My daughter was almost ineligible, right? Another coach actually said, we don't know when a child is eligible, when they're not eligible. It's all very confusing. How about something as simple as insurance? Kids get discounts for good student insurance. Do you know most insurance companies aren't accepting PBG even as an insurance? I mean, what are we doing all because of this? I'm just going to recap and just end with this. Report cards came out. I posted this on Facebook, and I also have emails to survey. And I keep things up for a couple days and then I take them down because I'm not about bashing the district, but I am curious, right? One student had a 2.5 out of 3 and had a D. Another student had a 2.5 out of 3 and had an A. What are we like? How do you do this? Why does that make sense? And I'll end it with this. And I have a lot more to say, but I'll end it with this. If you're going to do something in this district, let's stop doing it halfway. Let's just go all the way in. Close. If you're going to stick with PBG, if that's what your choice is, close the damn schools down for a full week. Help these teachers. Let them learn how to grade this properly. They're learning it on their own. They're learning it as they go. They had to watch a video on how to do this in Power. And now apparently they get to ask questions. So I just ask you, if you're going to do it great. Let's stop doing things halfway in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Next, we have Carla Gale speaking regarding proficiency-based grading.
Hello. So I obviously came here for the bigger issue about my son, but I did talk to you all for a while and I hope that you read the letter. And so I know the majority of people are here for another issue, which is also equally important. I just wanted to give the perspective from someone new to the district that's never seen this before. So I got my son's report card. He's 9. I also got my daughter's report card. She's 13. It was apparent that there was like domains or like standards or something. There was like weird numbers and abbreviations. And I had reached out to my son's teacher and trying to figure out like, where are these numbers and symbols coming from? Like there has to be some guide or like some bigger thing somewhere. So after like a week, and I don't know if maybe the teacher didn't understand herself what was going on, but I finally was directed to the district website where there's the huge guide on the proficiency-based grading, which lists all the different domains that are apparently picked by the school board. I think that there should have been more information maybe from the beginning of the school year because I had no idea what the whole system was about. When I talked to a couple parents about the school board meeting tonight, and I had mentioned proficiency-based grading, everyone that I said that to had no idea what it even was. And these are parents, you know, that have kids here. They don't even know what proficiency-based grading is. So it seems like there might be kind of a big disconnect to a large population of the district. They don't even know what's going on. When I went to conferences for my daughter in the middle school, the teachers weren't even sure of why the numbers were showing up. I mean, they were working off the Empower. This is new. I'm like, you know, okay, so she's doing really well because she usually doesn't do very well in this subject. So what's going on? And it's like, I almost felt like there was no way for me to tell like what she's even learning or where she's at all with anything. So I left the parent teacher conferences very confused. And I don't think the teachers really understood wholeheartedly what was going on either. So, you know, like I said, I'm new to the district, but like my first impression when I came here, just looking at the numbers and not really having any understanding of what exactly the domains are and what exactly we're teaching them. And there were also comments about there's no books anymore. They can't use books because the books were geared more towards things where these domains don't address. So it's like they have to kind of pick and choose what they can teach to meet these particular standards, which was odd as well. So it seems like the kids are getting different lessons depending on what the teacher is, and there's no books anymore either. So that was just my input for what I've seen is just coming to the district is just a lot of, I have no idea, you know, like I really feel like I have no idea what's going on after the first report card. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gale. Is there anyone else here this evening that would like to approach the podium and have a public comment? Please state your name, sir.
Scott Fowler from Belvedere. I know a lot of you all know me. The other day I was talking to different families. Within an hour, I had 3 families tell me that they absolutely hate the proficiency-based grading. I'm lucky. My baby graduated, so I'm done with you people. But the bad thing is now my grandkids are coming. So you won't see me go away. But this grading system, you talk about how many years you've been doing it. You set people up to fail, that officer is going to be the one dealing with them, because when you set people up to fail, they fail. And another thing I'll touch about, and we won't get into it, this is gospel hearsay. I heard we're putting female dispensing machines in the boys' bathrooms, which that's not right. And I have one last thing. If you knew our proficiency-based grading was going on, would you move to this county? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Possible that we may not get through all of these, but we will start with the emails that were received. First, good afternoon, D100 BOE members. I am contacting you today to express my disappointment in your decision to discontinue the SHIELD testing for District 100 students and staff. You have single-handedly taken away the personal choice of 1,156 students and staff who chose to receive weekly COVID-19 testing. Though my children were not signed up to receive this testing, I can't help but think of the nearly 1,200 who had consented. Those students receiving those tests stood the possibility of a test to stay in school and stay out of quarantine if they were in close contact with someone with COVID. Now you have taken away that option. This is not in the best interest of the students. I am sure you are constantly hearing about parents wanting to keep their kids in schools. This was your chance at making that possible for these students. Additionally, SHIELD testing would have provided an extra layer of security for those who are worried of contracting or spreading the virus. You don't have to agree with them, but you do have a responsibility to empathize and represent them. Am I alarmed that University of Illinois SHIELD staff created accounts for those who had not consented to the testing? Absolutely. Do I feel that the situation was being addressed by the administration accordingly? Yes. Do I feel strongly that our parents, students, and staff deserve the option for testing? 100%. But you have taken that choice away at no fault of their own. I know as well as anyone that District 100 is continually being compared to neighboring districts. So here are some comparisons for you. North Boone School District is proceeding with SHIELD testing. Rockford District 205 is proceeding with SHIELD testing. Hononegah is proceeding with SHIELD testing. When these districts are able to keep students in person because of SHIELD testing and Belvedere is not, you, not Dr. Weisman, should explain why you chose not to give these students the option test to stay. I sincerely hope you give great consideration to reevaluating your decision and work towards re-implementing SHIELD testing within the Belvedere School District. 1,156 students and staff deserve better from you. Sincerely, Heather Wick, community member. Thank you, Ms. Wick. Next, this is an email from Lincoln Ross. It has come to my attention that District 100 has made some decisions that have not been transparent. The district has created gender plans for students who want to be recognized as gender different. These plans require district employees to not inform parents about their child's gender plan until the child gives the school the okay. School employees will be required to call my child by a non-legal name or given name without telling me or seeking my consent. The non-regulatory guidelines, which the district feels empower it to do this, give them freedom to decide how the plans will work, and the district has decided to cut out parents. Even though those same guidelines told school districts to make public their policy about gender plans, the district has not done this. In fact, the district has made the decision to keep the policy and the existence of gender plans a secret from the parents in the community. This is a direct violation of the non-regulatory guidelines themselves. We also know in the guidelines from the state reiterate LGBTQ+ children have greater struggles with mental health and suicide when parents are not a part of the plan. The only viable reason for withholding this information from a parent is if the parent is deemed destructive. The district is implementing a policy of non-disclosure and has the default position is all parents are destructive. Do you believe this default position of withholding information from parents without cause will hold up in court? I don't think so. The superintendent even went so far as sending out a sign-up sheet for any teacher to receive LGBTQ+ safe space stickers so kids can receive counsel from untrained and unqualified teachers without documentation or parent consent. This also is a giant lawsuit in the making. I have to ask why the secrecy and risk when it is a fact that simply keeping parents included is far healthier for students. I wasn't planning to add this last part, but the teachers union is holding classes about privileged whiteness and the privileged cisgendered and the importance of critical race theory in education. These teachings have no place in primary and secondary schools, but the union and the superintendent are pushing them in this community anyway. If the superintendent needs something for his scorecard, could I suggest alienating the parents in the community? On that, he should score very high. Next, we have a letter from Allison McGee regarding PVG. Dear board members of District 100, I am writing this letter to bring urgent notice to the flaws in our new grading system. My name is Allison McGee, and I am a student who attends Belvedere North High School. I think that PVG itself is not necessarily the problem, but the implementation of it in our schools has some major flaws. Despite the goals of PVG, we have not seen the student-paced opportunities in our school that was promised. For standards-based grading, it became known that there was this new idea of having a student-paced type of learning, allowing other students to either go ahead or stay behind depending on how well they are doing on a certain subject or area. In our school, we have IPRs every single week. Those IPRs will tell us if we are behind pace in our class or not. If we are behind pace, we get an email sent home to our parents. Although I understand that some might say that helps students know what to do and what not to. That takes the purpose away from student-paced learning, especially when we get an email sent home to our parents about it. Also, another idea of standard-based learning was that we as students could practice our standards without grades being affected in the end. In our school, I think teachers need to come to a consensus or understanding about what is graded and what is not. Quote, students are able to practice their mastery of standards without the penalty of receiving a bad grade in the gradebook, end quote. And that was from inatopia.org reference. PVG is not the same in theory as it is in practice. I believe teachers are confused on whether or not the practice assignment should be counted to a standard final grade, as some teachers in our school take the formative assignments towards final grades, and some do not even look at our assignments before the test. Although you can argue that every teacher is their own person and therefore can have their own type of grading, with this new grading system, there needs to be a set consensus on what is and what is not counted towards your grade. For A, B, C, D, and F grading, it allowed more flexibility for different teachers to have a different way of grading. But as for PVG, there is not a lot of flexibility for teachers to have totally different grading systems. As PVG could be very effective and help us see clearly what is missing and what is not, I believe that in our school, teachers need to come to an understanding of how PVG should work in our school. This is highly important to me and others attending my school, for these are our grades which could highly affect our dreams later in life. Please take this into consideration, for we are very concerned about what PVG could be doing to us and our grades along the line. Sincerely, Allison McGee. And I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. The next one is from Elin Jacobson. Dear Board of Education, thank you for your time and commitment to D100 students, teachers, and families. My name is Elin Jacobson, and I've had the privilege of teaching for the past 20 years at Washington Academy. It has been an honor to call District 100 my home during that time. Teaching is my passion. Each day I strive to have a positive impact on my students and families. It is my focus to create relationships that help students as they progress through our schools. In my time spent in District 100, I have helped support many initiatives in a variety of capacities. As a teacher, summer school principal, program coordinator, staff developer, and committee member, it has been my pleasure to help move our district forward. A large reason I have remained in Belvedere is because we are not afraid to do what is best for our students. Throughout my time, I've had the opportunity to play a part in moving my building forward with proficiency-based grading. I have worked with groups of teachers on both science and math curriculum committees, as well as helped pilot Mastery Connect in my building. As a district, we have been working on PVG for the past 10 years, and I can without a doubt say it has universally changed my classroom and instruction. PVG helps to facilitate meaningful conversations with my students and families. My students no longer throw papers into the garbage as they leave my classroom, but are proud to go home and show their work to their families. My third graders are able to talk to others about the growth that they have made on a specific scale and can articulate why they have received a given score. Listening to students take ownership for their learning and the pride that they have in describing their growth is unlike anything I've ever experienced in the classroom. PVG has provided an opportunity for my students to accurately describe their current understanding of a standard and allow them to set goals for themselves as they practice, understand, and master content. Proficiency-based grading also provides a system to help students understand that we all learn at different paces and progress towards mastery at different levels. Just because a student cannot master multiplication within the time frame set by a given textbook does not mean that with some time and additional instruction and practice, they will not be able to do so. PBG allows students to continue to practice and reassess when they are ready. No different than someone taking a driver's test. If you fail the first time, you're allowed to go home, practice, and then retake when you are ready. PBG provides an accurate snapshot of what a student understands at a given moment. Families can easily see what skills the student has mastered and which need more practice, something a percentage cannot describe. I'm asking that you keep PBG in our school district. It is what is best for our students. Thank you for your time and consideration, Elin Jacobs. Next, this is from Northwestern Illinois Building Trades Union. Its president, Alan Golden. Dear members of Belvedere CUSD 100 School Board, the Northwestern Illinois Building Trades Unions represents 15,000 construction workers and operates 20 local apprenticeship programs here in the State Line area. Our apprenticeship programs combine traditional classroom instruction with on-the-job training that lays the groundwork for a successful career in the construction trades. Graduates of our programs are ready for a good career in life, continuing a tradition of fine craftsmanship that has been a pillar of our community for generations. Before anyone can be an apprentice, they have to meet or exceed the requirements of our application process. All of our programs require minimum grades in math and reading, a requirement that many recent high school graduates have difficulty meeting. We understand that the proficiency-based grading system allows students to redo homework and retake exams so that they can focus more thoroughly on problem areas and still advance in class. We support this approach so that more students can achieve the math and reading skills they need to be successful in our industry. In addition, we believe students will be better prepared overall to enter the real world. Our applicants are able to apply to our apprenticeship programs multiple times. In fact, it's common for many people to not join the apprenticeship programs until the second or third time they apply. This is real-world example of a system like proficiency-based grading, where applicants are encouraged to improve and try again. It will also reduce the barriers to young people joining the trades because they will be more likely to meet the minimum math and reading requirements. Programs like proficiency-based grading lay the groundwork for students to be successful, making it more likely that they'll have a meaningful career in our community. As you discuss proficiency-based grading tonight, please consider how it will impact the educational outcomes for students and the long-term prospects for gainful employment and ultimately the economic vitality of our local community. Sincerely, Alan Golden, President. Next is from Dick Rundle from Eliminate Racism 815. To Board of Education, Belvedere Community Unit School District 100 to be read at tonight's board meeting. Board of Education, I am writing on behalf of the Board of Directors and the Education Action Team of Eliminate Racism 815 to express concern about your plans to hold a vote on whether to keep the quote district-wide grading and promotion system end quote, which could result in the elimination of proficiency-based grading within the Belvedere district. Proficiency-based grading is based on a competency-based approach to education, which is in turn designed to prevent students from falling behind or staying behind. All students are held to the same high expectations, but instruction is individualized to meet each person's strengths and challenges. As you know, as a result of the pandemic, many students now have unfinished learning loss. Black, Hispanic, low-income, and English learning students have especially suffered. A system which allows students to work towards set standards by redoing some of their work until they meet those standards is an age-old method of learning. It is a system based on the concept that, quote, practice makes perfect, end quote. This method has been newly adapted for use in educational settings. We are especially concerned that minority and low-income students who fell behind because of the pandemic may need this individualized method of learning to make up the losses incurred as a result of online learning methods which were created in an emergency as a result of no in-person learning, rather than through a careful, thought-out, and tested model of learning. To not allow for these students, Black, Hispanic, low-income, and English learning students, as well as many white students who fall behind, to catch up on their missed learning will mean that a generation of students will be lacking in the education which they need to be able to become functioning income earning students in the Belvedere community. We urge you to vote to retain the current grading policy. Next is a letter from Sarah Warehane. Dear BOE, as a concerned and involved parent and community member who also happens to work as a district employee, I would like to share my voice as you begin this evening's meeting. After watching every board meeting up until this point, I have a question for this board as a whole. What is it that you are trying to build for the children of this community? I'd like to point out that it's much easier to perform demolition and tear things down than it is to design and build and improve. This is true for physical structures and also for educational experiences and environments for children. Right now, from where I stand, I sadly do not see much building of anything. I see a refusal to allow our highly qualified and highly compensated superintendent to perform his duties as evidenced by your refusal to either approve or advise on improvement goals. I see a refusal to allow district students access to amenities such as tutoring services and shield testing. And tonight you have a vote on the agenda about PBG, a vote that concerns me because I do not see the board as having a backup plan in place if the majority decides to vote against a very involved way of teaching, learning, and assessing that is still in the refining stages of implementation. Is the goal of the board to return to the formerly used industrial model of education? While that's a familiar and even comfortable version of school to all of us adults, I'd like to point out that sadly, the days of being able to secure a good and lasting position down the block at Chrysler with a high school diploma earned with percentage grades seem to be over. The world continues to change whether we like it or not. Our children face a very different world than we did, and for one would prefer to give my children every possible opportunity to learn to be flexible, engaged, and lifelong learners. PBG in this district has areas for improvement without a doubt, but I would hate to see this get shut down without, and at the very least, both a solid replacement plan in place that takes the needs of all of our children fully into account and a timeline with which to implement the new plan so as not to cause damage to student educational experiences. To be transparent, my opinion is that the larger structures for something great are already in place with PBG. It's just a matter of adding the finishing touches and refinements, no demolition needed. In closing, I ask you to again consider my focusing question. What is it that District 100 Board of Education as a team is trying to build for the children of this community? I hope to see the answer to my question reflected soon in discussions held and discussions made by this board. Thank you for your time, Sarah Warehane, District Parent, Community Member, and Employee. Next is a letter from Natalie Rohde. Dear District 100 Board of Education members, over the past 2 years, I have both emailed and had conversations with each of you about my concerns in opposition to proficiency-based grading. Proficiency-based grading is about the grading. It's about how we score students. It's about 1, 2, 3, 4. It's about using a system that requires translation to A's, B's, C's. Why? Because A's, B's, C's is what all of the top universities and colleges our graduates attend use. All of the transcripts we send out include A's, B's, C's, and GPAs. We keep hearing many of the same talking points regarding PBG. Some come directly from the district's PBG website, but to be honest, teaching to clearly defined standards does not require PBG. Communicating performance to these standards does not require PBG. Accurate, meaningful, and timely feedback does not require PBG. Students being at the center of learning does not require PBG. If we are a national leader in proficiency-based grading, as our website states, and in one of only 25 districts nationally certified to the Marzano's high reliability framework, then why don't we have solid quantifiable data to demonstrate our outstanding performance? I have yet to see data and metrics that confirm proficiency-based grading improves student achievement. But what I do see is our district's ranking in the state continue to decline. Rest assured, I am not the only person opposed to PBG. In fact, many teachers oppose it as well. These teachers, however, have been silenced by the fear of repercussions for voicing their opinions. I will share with you in their own words what some have to say. Teacher number one, quote, PBG and the current grading system have had a negative impact on students. PBG is even more subjective than a traditional grading system, and it is like a foreign language to students and parents. This change has been a huge setback in student achievement. I hope for the sake of the students, families, and this community that we return to traditional evidence-based grading, end quote. Teacher number two, quote, teachers, students, and parents are all having a hard time understanding the grading conversation. I am spending hours going through every student's grades to make sure all grades are converted and calculated correctly, end quote. Teacher number three, quote, students have become complacent. Content with mediocrity. A 2 is fine. This will resonate into their future and the decisions they make, end quote. Teacher number four, quote, I was sold on PBG when it was communicated that the traditional system advances students with gaps. PBG is supposed to only move students on when a 3 is achieved. We have not been able to effectively intervene with the number of 1s, not even considering the number 2s. They just move on. The gaps are even larger. Also, it seems the goal at the end of the year is, quote, as few 1s as possible. Teacher number five, quote, athletic eligibility is difficult to determine, end quote. Teacher number 6, a 2 can end up being anywhere from a D to a B. Percentage grades left little gray area, and I would always let students reassess even before PBG, end quote. Teacher number 7, quote, a lot of times students will just say, I'll take the 2. They'll give up trying for a 3 because they consider 2 passing. There is too big of a gap in the 2 score. Students do not understand if they are close to the 1 or the 3. Students are not as motivated by a 3 as they would be from getting an 80, 90, or 100. If a student gets a 2 on one assignment in a standard and does no other work for that standard, Empower gives them a 2. High school students suffer the most. Many are trying to get scholarships, and this grading system does not help them to be able to do this. Districts around us like Hananiga have students that get traditional grades and weighted grades for accelerated classes. There have been more failing students since we went to the system. Parents still don't understand what these scores mean. If you are going to stick with standards-based grading, then you should at least consider using percentages so that parents and students understand it better. Teacher number 8, and this is the last one, even though this doesn't get to the very end. Teacher number 8 said, quote, parents can keep up with the changes and are less involved and ask less questions about parents can't keep up with the changes and are less involved and ask less questions about performance. Kids have no understanding of the system because of the yearly changes, end quote. There is additional, but we have run out of time for Mrs. Rohde. Okay, the next one is a letter that was forwarded by Natalie Rohde from her daughter, Elle Rohde. My name is Elle Rohde, and I am an 8th grader at Belvedere South. Us students have our own opinions about performance-based grading. Our opinions have not been considered at all. In one of my classes, our teacher explained to us how grades are converted at the high school level. This led to us as students asking about PBG on our own. Multiple students asked how they could talk to someone about it and how to get it changed. Students want to reach out about their dislike for it, but are unsure of how to do it. Additionally, why use PBG if it is eventually converted into letter grading in the end? Many students are still very confused with how it works, even after multiple years of this. With grades that are 3s to 1.5s to 2s, we are unsure of the in-between. This gives no clarity to where we need to improve on and adds to confusion. This is not only a problem with the numbers displayed, but with the grading itself. When viewing standards or progress reports, we see 2s, 3s, or maybe 1s. We have no idea where we need to make improvement. There is a lot of gray area in the end. With a 2, we do not know if we are right at a 2, if we barely missed the 3. With letter and percentage grading, this is made a lot clearer. Letter and percentage grading fill in the gray area that PBG has. Percentages can range from any number 1 to 100, and there are many other letter options like A minus, B plus, or C's, for example. This is much easier and much clearer for students to understand where they are at with specific standard or topic. The standards can still be used with a better working grading system. PBG is not required to keep using the same standards that we have. Percentages and letter grading can easily be used with the current standards. PBG is the main issue, although it comes with smaller issues like Empower and Success Maker. When my class of 25 students was asked about their grades on Empower, 23 said that they did not like it at all. Meanwhile, with Success Maker, I myself and many other students in my classes have received the sum of the same questions multiple times so far this year in both math and reading. I myself and another person in my class have had math removed from our Success Maker program because we have maxed out of it. It is only November, and this program does not help add to our learning. Performance-based grading is very difficult for students. Thank you for taking the time to understand this from a student's point of view. Even though we as students might not get to decide in the end, we should at least be given a voice on something that impacts us firsthand. Okay, we have 2 more, so I'll read 2 more and then public comment will be closed. Dear Belvedere School District 100 Board, my name is Courtney. I am a mother of 4 District 100 students. I have 1 at Washington Academy, 2 at Belvedere South Middle School, and 1 at Belvedere High School. I have served as a PTO president at Washington Academy, and I have been very active in our schools and community. I have many concerns regarding the PBG system. I have tried to be open-minded, and I have studied how this grading system works. Honestly, I still do not think it is best suited for all students. My own students all learn very differently. I have 2 very intelligent sons who have tested honors and above average. I have a daughter who has an IEP for a learning disability, and I have a daughter who is more of just an average student. I believe the PBG system is designed to be an okay source for any average learning student. I believe it does average out the above average students, and it fails on our learning disabled students. With our original A through F grading scale, our sons were straight A students. Since switching to PBG, they now receive 2s and 3s. Their work ethic has not changed. They are still equally as intelligent as they were, and they still test above average. So why do they seem so average? I believe this gives them less to work towards. The days of, quote, for every A you get, I give you $5 is gone, end quote. And the, quote, straight A, end quote, title is gone. You have averaged my sons out with every other average student. And then there is my daughter. She is beautiful, kind, hardworking, and so competitive. However, she does deal with a learning disability. She does not let this hold her back, and she still tries her hardest and gets her work in. She was an honor roll student before the PBG system took place. Now my daughter can barely keep her grades past a 1 or a 2. This system has completely failed her with her IEP. She should not be able to fail in a class. Last month, she was marked ineligible for sports. The one thing she really strives at is and makes her happy. How does this happen with an IEP? It happens because my daughter will never be able to master a class or even come close to mastery. She was diagnosed with ADHD. She does not have the behavioral factors, but severely lacks memory retention. In years before the PBG system was implemented, my daughter was so proud of herself for her grades and making honor roll, bringing home that sticker for my car that said, "I have an honor roll student." Now we got progress reports and she seems so discouraged. Let's not forget to mention that the teachers are having a hard time keeping their grades up to date. I get notices that my kids have I's when in reality, the teachers haven't entered their grades yet. This causes me to address the grade with my child in a stern manner just to find out that they did do their work and it's on the teacher's end. I do still have one more child who is in third grade. She is my more average learning student. She's also in third grade and really only has a year and a half of normal learning. 9 years old and has received 1 full year of education. It is hard to tell how the PBG system will work for her long term. As of now, it is fair for her. I can't say I will feel the same in years down the road. Overall, I do not feel PBG is the best grading system for all students. I feel you are letting the majority of our kids down. Give them more to work towards. Stop averaging our kids out. Hope you take my family's personal experience with the PBG system into consideration during the discussions tonight. Thank you, Courtney Witt Peterson. This is in addition to the original letter. In addition to my original letter, I wrote, I have since received my child's most recent report cards. These were very confusing. Both my sons in middle school received 1s or 1.5s. Both students test above average, and I was so confused and upset. I did address this when they returned home. Come to find out, the highest grade capable of receiving was exactly what they had, which in my opinion, without backstory, looks like failing. How does this reflect long-term? I understand the class has not reached the end of the lesson plan, so they have not mastered it, but shouldn't they be graded on where they currently are and how they're currently doing? This is so discouraging to the student and parents. I request if PBG is voted to stay, you take into consideration adding on letters grades to the number grades as the high school still currently does. I also wanted to address my daughter's report card. She is a sophomore at BHS. She received a D in class, but it said, quote, on pace. I addressed this with her and her teacher, to which I found out she should have had a B. Empower reported the grade incorrectly. How can I be ensured that this grade has been permanently corrected and is not affecting her GPA? Empower has been glitching all year, sending out incorrect information and causing problems for teachers, students, and families. How will this be corrected? I would also like to add, we have amazing teachers and staff in District 100. My children have had teachers who have gone out of their way for my children and others to ensure their education and safety. I have always been proud of the teachers. They deserve to be treated with the most respect and kindness. Please do not fire these hardworking, loving, and outstanding teachers and staff because they choose to not get the COVID shot. This is their right. As a parent, I stand with our teachers and staff. Let them choose what is right for them. Everyone within K-12 has the capability to receive the COVID shot if they are at risk or wish. The protected shouldn't need to be protected from the unprotected. Thank you for your time, Courtney Witt Peterson. At this time, public comment will be closed and we'll be moving on to our Board of Education Committee reports. There we go. Okay, Business Services Committee. Mr. Bucher, do you have anything you would like to add or highlight in the Business Services Committee report? Okay, Mrs. Hauk? Does anyone have any questions for the Board Business Services Committee members? Okay, moving on. Sorry, my kids are home by themselves this evening. I had to make sure it wasn't them. Next, Curriculum Committee. Mr. Zickert, do you have anything you would like to add or highlight from your committee report?
No, I don't. It's fine. It's as printed. If they want to look at it, it's in the minutes. Or documents.
Ms. Mayville?
No, just one thing I'd like to draw attention to item 4. Mr. Zickert accurately described the importance of the board approving the course catalog on a timely basis. A set process here that we need to follow so that students can register for classes on time. So that is an item on the agenda tonight. I believe the course catalogs are on there. If anyone has questions or comments about any of the changes to the course catalog, please talk to admin on the next meeting. We really got to get course catalogs approved at the next meeting so that things can proceed on a timely basis for high school and middle school.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the board curriculum committee members? Okay. Moving on, we have a staff presentation on the grading and promotion program. Last month, we heard from Belvedere High School and our current grading and promotion program, and tonight we'll have a presentation from Belvedere North High School.
Yeah, we're on. For those of you who don't know, today is National School Board Appreciation Day. I know that you guys don't necessarily do this for the great pay or all of the praise that you get, but rather because you're committed to our students. So appreciate that. I think it deserves a round of applause just to get started here. Thank you. Regarding PBG, I just want to acknowledge that change is hard. It's taken years to get to this point, without a doubt. Actually, over a century, we've been doing the same grading system, right? So I understand that change is hard and it does take time to work through it. Change is not easy, but if we think it's better for kids, it's worth it, right? So you've requested some data and how is it working, right? And not how does it work, but how is it working? So first thing I'd like to just discuss is PBG practices. And what they do is they really push students to master skills, not just skip over them once they do not master them. So for example, if a student does not do well on their first test, all right, that's aligned to a standard, they have to go ahead and in a traditional system, they get that C, A, D, F, whatever it is, they move on. Hopefully they do well on the other test and then they boost their grade, right? In our standards-based system or proficiency-based system, all right, that is not necessarily how it is because gaps are created, all right? And when gaps are created in learning, those then carry on. So in our proficiency-based system, we push our students where they have to master every single standard in order to earn the A. What I'll say is that our students have met that expectation. We have had more A's or an increase in students who have earned A's since 2015-16 to last year. So is it working? Our students are going ahead and pushing themselves to master these standards. I know many people might be thinking, okay, it's grade inflation, right? Because we're giving them the extra chances to do that. It's also been evident in our AP program. So our advanced placement testing program, advanced placement tests are given throughout the entire world. Students everywhere take the advanced placement test. Our curriculum in these classes are specifically aligned to the skills that students will be tested on. So students are going through the test, they are constantly getting feedback, or through the class, I should say. They're constantly getting feedback, okay, here's what area you're doing well with, here's what area we need to go ahead and improve on. And what I'll say is that because of this feedback, we've seen a drastic increase in the amount of students who are passing at a 3 or higher on advanced placement classes. And I'll say this out loud just so that everybody here can hear. In 2016, our pass rate was 39% on AP exams. 2017, it was 25%. 2018, 41%. 2019, 38%. In 2020, we had a 48% pass rate on our advanced placement exams because students knew where their gaps were as they were going. They're being pushed towards mastery in these areas, and in return, we're seeing higher pass rates. Last year, we also had a 48% pass rate. Mind you, this also happened in the middle of a pandemic. The last thing I would like to point out is that we've had more students passing these tests and taking them than ever before. In 2016, we had 100 students take tests. In 2020, we had 274 students take tests. In 2016, we had 39 kids who actually earned college credit through AP tests. In 2020, we had 131. We also had 89 who did last year. Many people worry about our students. How will they do once they go to college and they have to take that one test? Right now, our students are performing better on this one test than they ever have previously. The second point that I would like to go ahead and discuss is just how the goal of implementing PBG has been a goal of the district ever since you adopted the HRS framework 10 years ago. And level 4 of the HRS framework is standards-based reporting. The HRS framework is the focus of every school's school improvement plan. So each school has their own school improvement plan. We're working through the HRS framework, right? So that's been it for the last 10 years. And then PBG was added to the strategic plan in 2019. Any changes to PBG or moving away from it would undermine both the district's strategic plan and each elementary school, middle school, and high school's individual school-based improvement plans. It would leave us as a district without a vision and schools without goals. It will create mass uncertainties for our schools as a whole, which will negatively impact students and staff and the community as well. Therefore, changes should not be made regards implementing PBG until both the district strategic plan and HRS have been evaluated, reviewed, and then the district leadership determines that is now time, or that they no longer fit with the vision of the district. If we go ahead and do this before that, we're going to be overstepping and we're going to be lost on where we're really going. This is a critical step that we absolutely have to go ahead and take. So those are just a couple of points I wanted to share. The next question that you guys had is, how is it working? And I have some teachers with me who are going to go ahead and share their experiences as far as how PBG has been working and impacting students in our classes. So Mr. Avila, you can go ahead and come up to the mic. Mr. Avila is our EL teacher and dual language teacher at Belvedere North.
Thank you and good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good. All right, so my name is Daniel Avila and I teach social studies, EL, and dual language at Belvedere North. The population that I work with are English learners, and a lot of the times this population is underserved. This is a big consideration when it comes to PBG. PBG has created more equitable opportunities for my students that I serve to become more academically successful. And many times these students, they don't have any academic support at home, and they only need it and they only get it at school. So I please ask that you guys take this into consideration, because if you guys look around here, the parents of those students are not here. So I'm like the only one that actually comes here to kind of advocate for them. As a teacher, I'm now better able to assess students' mastery and skill from a simple conversation to a complex project. I am better able to determine what a student knows and doesn't know. And since I see the students more than once a day, sometimes I can use evidence from other classes to show that the students is proficient in a standard. As of today, I don't think I know a better system of grading that creates a more fairness for my students than PBG. So I please ask you to consider your decisions. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Amanda Numis from Belvedere North High School, and I teach anatomy, microbiology, and biology. I recently gave a traditional multiple choice exam to my biology students, and the results were about what you'd expect. 30% of my students did really well, mastered all the skills under cell transport that our team required of them. 50% of my students mastered vocabulary component and were working towards the level 3, and 20 of my students needed to master a lot more than that. However, upon reflection with my PLC team, we determined that this traditional test and short answer quiz was not an accurate test of what this group of students knew. Why? Because traditional schooling insists that students have good reading and English comprehension skills. This is not the majority of my student population in my biology classes. Of the 70% of students that scored low on the multiple choice exam, 40% struggle with basic reading and English skills. In essence, I tested them on these skills, not what they knew about cell transportation. So the next day I reassessed these students with modeling and illustrations during an oral evaluation. And guess what? 80% of these students now mastered that content. Just to be sure of our results, my biology team further assessed students with a PBG-based project learning assessment, whereby students used the knowledge of cell transport in a hospital triage setting. All of our students demonstrated mastery of the skill, and we're so excited about their success. The best part of this was seeing the students' faces as they got their results and discussed how cell transport affected the human body. The best part is meeting with my biology team and sharing these stories and knowing that all of us found success as we accurately assess students with the same skills across the board. The best part was knowing that parents can know what their student learned and not wonder what an A, a B, a C, or D indicated. The best part was the oral evaluations and communication with each student. The best part was leadership, communication skills, and empathy displayed by students as they performed the non-traditional assessments. But this is the system you're voting to get rid of, a system that provides equity and equality for all students, a system that works for bilingual and special education and students that struggle in traditional school settings. Over the past 4 years, PBG has promoted student success, which makes students want to come to class more. Traditional schools set students up for failure and causes a lot of students to not want to come to class. But with PBG in at least 4 years, there's been a huge increase in the number of students of ethnicity taking microbiology, anatomy, health occupations courses. These glorious students wanted to become nurses and doctors, and I did not see that prior to 8 years ago. With the traditional system, maybe 1 or 2 of my students of ethnicity were in these classes. Now these students make out 50% of our classes, and they're finding success that motivates them to keep going after high school. Sadly, this is the system that you are voting to erase. You are voting to go back to an archaic schooling that ensures success of only students who would find success no matter the system. By voting against PBG, you favor those student populations that have resources at home to succeed. By voting against PBG, you leave a majority of our students behind and send the message that you don't care about them or their success. You are sending the message that the only students worth reflecting or for our time and effort are those that have those extra resources. I urge you to reconsider your agenda and vote to keep PBG, and therefore vote to keep education equitable in District 100. Vote for PBG and vote to empower all students and families. Thank you.
Before you begin speaking, I'd just like to ask the public that when someone has the floor, please keep your comments quiet to yourself. We have someone speaking and everybody gave everyone else the same courtesy. Thank you.
All right, good evening. My name is Kaylin Laver-Cobb, and I'm a Spanish teacher at Belvedere North, as well as the content leader for the World Language Department. With my time here today, I just wanted to take a few moments to share the impact that PBG and scales-based grading has made in our department from a teacher's perspective. To begin, while adapting to PBG has been full of new experiences, and though I was hesitant at first, the process really is working and improving learning for our students. The primary reason I say this is because students in world language classes with PBG are being held more accountable for their learning than ever before. In the traditional system, I saw so many students slip through the cracks without actually learning much Spanish at all. They would do the absolute bare minimum to get a 60% in the class and then move on without another thought. I truly believe that the traditional system is why it's so common to hear people say that they took 4 years of a foreign language, but I don't remember a bit. There just aren't enough checks and balances when it comes to grading and percentages. With PBG, the thought process has changed. Students are no longer scraping the bottom of the barrel on retakes to get a point or 2 more. They're being held accountable to perform the necessary skills of speaking and knowing a language. They have to meet standards determined for their given course rather than just memorizing the bare minimum of their vocab and grammar. Now with our prioritized standards and scales, they have very clear criteria to meet, and it is helping them to understand where their strengths and weaknesses are within their learning. I can tell you from personal experience that my students are learning better and are stronger Spanish learners with PBG structure than ever before. They can speak and write more. They're using context clues and previous knowledge to comprehend speech and written texts. It truly has been a wonderful thing to see, and the students are thriving. They know more about their skills rather than just accepting a percentage grade, which doesn't give them much feedback on what to improve upon or what they're struggling with. PBG allows students to have more ownership of their learning, and that leads to better understanding what they can do in turn, which makes them more useful in the real world. Along with student achievement, the consistency I've been seeing among grading practices has been awesome. Before the use of scales in the PLC process of inter-rater reliability, I used to worry about how other teachers were assessing their students compared to how I was. I would worry that I was doing something wrong or that I was missing something that needed to be assessed on. With so many components to assess, it was common to hit some aspects harder than others, which left students with a deficit in a certain skill. Most of the time, that was probably speaking and or writing, since those are the productive skills. Since adapting to PBG, all of the language teachers have had the scales and standards available for us to make sure all of our practices and assessments were aligned. I no longer have to worry about what I'm teaching in comparison to others or vice versa, because it is all well documented and prioritized. Not to mention that the grading styles themselves are more consistent too, because we have common assessment language via the scales that allow us to be uniform when grading assessments. The level of rigor is predetermined, and the students have a goal right off the bat by looking at those scales. Because of that, I believe there is much more consistency now in grading between teachers and courses, meaning that when a student gets a 3 by mastering a skill, they deserve it because they truly are proficient in it. That being said, thank you for listening to my perspective. It is much appreciated. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Emily Chambers. I'm the agriculture teacher at Belvedere North High School, and I've been the agriculture teacher for 8 years now, and I can 100% say that most of my growth as a teacher is due to PBG and the conversations that it had. I look back at my first years of teaching at Belvedere and I think, why did I do that? Why did I give 100 question tests that was multiple choice and based on solely their knowledge of terminology? Why did I look at that kid and tell them that their understanding of livestock is based on their ability to name every single bone in their body? As PBG kind of evolved in my classroom, it turned into conversations. It's not their ability to memorize that a green stick fracture is partially through and occurs in young animals. It's that conversation that occurs. They can look at a skeleton and say, this skeleton has a green stick fracture, and it can lead to a conversation of what does that mean for the animal? Yeah, you can identify that fraction or fracture, but you can have a conversation. That means that the animal's probably young. It's going to heal quickly. It's going to be okay. And that's still viable livestock. That's a powerful conversation to have with a kid. It's not asking them to memorize. It's asking them to have that problem solving skills. We can go out into the greenhouse and they may have bombed an assessment. They might have known, they might have struggled with understanding me and me asking the question. But when we get into the greenhouse, they look at a plant and they say, hey, Chambers, this plant needs to get fertilized. And I say, why? And then he said, well, it's turning yellow, which is a nitrogen deficiency, right? Boom. 3.0, sorry, 3.0 right there. That's that conversation. You just did it. And I get to look at that kid and say, you just did it. You just had that conversation. You were able to communicate that reasoning of why. And that's what's important. Even if he had to look up, okay, it's a nitrogen deficiency. What does that mean? We need to get nitrogen in the soil. We need to fertilize. We need to do it on a regular basis. Let's make a schedule. Let's make a calendar. Those are the powerful conversations that are happening. And that's how it's made my class evolve into something where kids are problem solving. I know a lot of the pushback from the community is it's not applicable in real life, but that is real life. Problem solving is real life. And that's the skills I want to teach my kids, is how to problem solve, how to figure out what the issue is and how to fix it. Thank you.
Don't worry, I'm the last one. My name is David Zimmerman. I am a theater and English teacher at Belvedere North High School. I know that the colors don't represent that. I didn't think this through today. But I did just want to start with, they always say we're doing a speech unit in my class. And so we always say you start with a speech with like a personal story. So here we are. So when I was in high school, I took a chemistry class, and on that first test, I got it back. I've been a straight A student my whole life. I got a 72, got a D, wrecked me. It didn't mean anything to me though. I didn't know what it was that I did wrong, besides like I really royally screwed up like the elemental table matching part. But because of that, it like wrecked my semester grade the entire year. Did things like about $100 in tote bags for extra credit. I met with the teacher every single morning in tears and got a perfect score at the end of the semester, all so I could just get an A-. It meant nothing to me. And I didn't want to do that to my students when I went into education. I didn't want to get something back and then have no reason why I got that grade or not. And so in my classroom and using PBG, we focus on student agency and ownership when it comes to our grades. We have parent-friendly language that have been worked on of these scales that have been made to streamline and prioritize grading and blah, 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 blah. But I show those scales to my students at the start of every unit. I show them at the start of those assignments. I'm transparent with them and I say, this is what I'm grading you on. From there, we create criteria. Like I said, we're doing a speech unit. And so we determined that in order to achieve a 3.0, of course, I needed to have a plan. I needed to have clearly practiced. I needed to bring my materials because I was doing a demonstration speech, and I needed to make eye contact, and I needed to speak loudly and clearly, all of those things. And so they knew if I did all of the criteria that we created as a class, I would get a 3. If I didn't, I did some of it, most of it, I got a 2. Like they knew what they were supposed to do. That meant that at the end of each of those speeches this past week, they were able to give themselves a grade. Now, like I said, we brought these scales into existence to streamline our grading process, because an A, a B, a C, the 72 on my chemistry test, or a 1, 2, 3 still kind of mean nothing, right? All of these grading systems are still arbitrary, but we created the scales to streamline it. And so teachers could focus on the thing that they wanted to do, which was teach and provide quality feedback. Even just today, I spent several hours before I came to this meeting writing quality feedback to students about their writing or their performance on a monologue in my class, because that's what I want them to use in order to reassess. Now, like I said, this is about agency and ownership, which means that they can use that feedback to then reassess in the same way that I receive comments from a boss about my work ethic and what I can do to improve upon that. Now, that also means that it's upon the students to then take that feedback and reassess. Some of them don't. They don't, I promise you, because they don't. And that's not something that I as a teacher can control. I can encourage them every single day to do so, but that's not going to happen. But like I said, student agency and ownership is something that I strive for, whether it is a piece of writing or a speech or a presentation or otherwise. Now, as we've heard multiple times from the public comments and whatever, we've been working on this for over 10 years. And so, like I said, they've been working to create a grading process that then focuses on the feedback. But if this grading system is voted down tonight, as mentioned in some of the public comments, what is the backup plan? Once again, the traditional base grading system that gave me that 72 on the chemistry test, that made me feel really bad about myself, but didn't tell me what I needed to do to improve it. But also, I came into this district 3 years ago, and I was thrown right into the pilot PBG program. If this is taken away, I'm once again going to struggle, just like I did 3 years ago, to try to figure out, okay, I guess this paper gets a 93. And so while all of these grading systems are arbitrary, I just want to say that the focus is on the feedback. And so I thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you consider that in your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone who came and spoke from North. Does anybody want to give any additional follow-up to anything? Mr. Friesman?
Obviously, any time that you roll anything out, right, there's a lot of questions, there's confusion, there's things like that. And I've had great conversations with many of you throughout the last couple of weeks, with many parents in the last couple of weeks. I think we just need to continue the conversations. I think we're starting to see different people's perspectives a whole lot better, and we're starting to find solutions to them. So I think that's a big thing. Anytime you do change, you just got to work together on it and continue conversations and keep working together on it. And that's what we're open to. So it's not anything else. We know that we are humble enough, or at least I hope I'm humble enough to recognize that, yes, there's areas to grow, right? We always want to grow. So let's continue to do that with this whole system. So I mean, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. If you want to continue on, feel free to continue on. But I appreciate your time, and thank you guys for everything you do.
Mr. Friesma, it's totally okay if you say I don't have this information. But in relation to the AP tests, do you know what your enrollment is in your AP classes?
I can
those
look
years?
it up and send it to you as far as the enrollment in the AP classes. Yeah, so I know that the number of tests that have been taken have been rising, and they're rising over that time. I know after last year, this year we have a drop in them currently. So yeah, and a little bit of that might have been due to the kind of schedule we ran last year, where a lot of kids hadn't even had a chance to have that accelerated class during second semester to know if they're ready for the AP. So yeah, that's actually one of our scorecard goals is to increase enrollment in the AP classes. So I can get that to you though from over the years.
Thank you.
Yep.
Does anyone have any questions?
I do have one. I asked this last month to BHS, so it's only fair I ask you guys. The staff, we've heard a lot of things about Empower and how it works on your end. Can you guys speak to that, maybe just real briefly, how it's working for you?
So I'd say the first time that progress reports went out, we did have an issue with the 3 and the 2.5 on how Empower would lower it by half a point. And some of us did not go back and reset our standard grades to what they should be, but that was corrected after that first time. So that was the issue I think that a lot of people got upset about in the public, was dropping that down to a 2.5, and then a 2.5. If you have 2 straight across the board, that obviously means a D, versus having like 3s and 2s can mean a B. So I think that's where a lot of the issues arose from that. But since then, our instructional staff has been really good, and they sent out videos to every single teacher on how to correct that problem to make sure that it wasn't happening again. And so from that time, the only issue that I've seen that I can speak to personally is like if Empower has a glitch that happens and then it gets corrected. Mr. Carson sends an email out and we hear back that, okay, this is going to be fixed. So other than that, I mean, I meet with my students once a week. We go over their scores for everything. So they're aware of where they currently stand in any given week. And that's usually on a Monday and now Monday and Wednesdays because we have WIN on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So the kids then know, okay, do I need to sign up for WIN? If I've got a 2 that I want to make 2 or 3, then they know that they can sign up for that. So after that initial progress report came out and we had those videos to show us how to correct things, I can only speak to myself that I haven't had an issue since then.
I know one of the issues that people have with Empower is the fact that the algorithm for estimating their current grade is wonky sometimes. I'm not gonna say I like that, but I personally enjoy looking at a kid and kind of looking at that system and kind of figuring out, okay, thinking about that kid individually and adjusting his grade because I know the algorithm gets off. And I enjoy looking at it and saying, where is that kid? Because the point system, it automatically does that for you. You can't really adjust it. You can't change it. So I personally enjoy that aspect of Empower, of being able to look at all those 3.0 activities and say, where's that kid at? What is really realistically, how are they meeting this standard? So I enjoy that aspect of Empower.
Else for North? Totally fine. Yep, thank you. Okay, moving on to board committees. Discussion regarding board committees?
Yeah, I asked Ms. Reed Nemick to put this on the agenda and we've got, yeah, it is on. I asked Ms. Reed Nemick if she would please add this to the agenda, and it's not something that I want to spend a whole lot of time on tonight because we're gearing up for a long one anyway, and I think this is something that could better be addressed at a future board retreat or training, something where we're looking at this sort of circumstance where the board's kind of coming together and looking at what we do and how we do it and how we can do it better. But at some point, I would like to have a conversation about board committees, what our goal is with committees, what purpose they serve. That may vary between committees. I think policy committee is pretty straightforward. I suspect that policy committee operates pretty similarly in most districts. It has a pretty defined purpose, goal, review policies, review new press policies, entertain changes to policy. I think curriculum and business services is a lot more undefined. And I think we, as a board, since I've been on, have never really done much work or had much discussion about what we want from committees and what we want to see come out of committees. I think this would be a good time, for not tonight, but generally speaking, this would be a good time for the board to have that discussion since we've sort of changed the structure of committees. We have community members on committees now. We have more staff members on committees now. They've gotten quite a bit larger, which will affect, I think, what the committees can do and how they do it. So I just kind of have been thinking about this as we've now had probably 4 or 5 curriculum committees, and that's the only committee I've ever served on. I've attended the other committees sporadically, but I've only ever served on curriculum. So I just want to make sure we're making good use of our time and of our resources with committees. So I don't know if we have any board training coming down the pike or board retreats planned, but if we do, I think that would really be something that we could stand to put some thought into.
Really something that we can consider. And if retreat is too far down the road, we can always bring it up for discussion at the board meeting. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Moving on, next is the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda any members of the board would like to take out for separate consideration? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve consent agenda items number 1 through 8?
So moved.
Member Mayville made the motion and member Herrera seconded the motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 8 as presented. Any discussion? At this time, I would like to acknowledge the following donations. ILMEA member and festival fees of $650 from Belvedere North High School Music Booster Association for Belvedere North High School Music Department. Roll call, please.
Miss Mayville.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera. Mr. Bucher. Mr. Zickert. Mrs. Whitcomb. Mrs. Hauk. Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye. Motion passes. Next, we move on to roll call action items. Do I have a motion to uphold the suspension for student 111520021-A?
So moved.
Member Mayville made a motion and member Herrera seconded the motion to uphold the suspension for student 111520021-A. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Miss Mayville.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera. Mr. Zickert. Mrs. Whitcomb. Mr. Bucher. Mrs. Hauk. Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Do I have a motion to approve the termination of employee 111521-1?
So moved.
Member Mayville made the motion and member Zickert seconded the motion to approve the termination of employee 111521-1. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Miss Mayville.
Aye.
Mr. Zickert. Mr. Herrera. Mrs. Hauk. Mr. Bucher. Mrs. Whitcomb. Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye. Motion passes. Do I have a motion to approve the termination of employee 111521-2? Member Whitcomb made the motion and member Hauk seconded the motion to approve the termination of employee 111521-2. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Whitcomb. Mrs. Hauk. Mr. Herrera. Mr. Zickert. Mr. Bucher. Ms. Mayville.
Aye.
Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye. Motion passes. Do I have a motion to approve the termination of employee 111521-3? Member Whitcomb made the motion and member Zickert seconded the motion to approve the termination of employee 111521-3. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Whitcomb. Mr. Zickert. Ms. Mayville. Mr. Herrera. Mr. Bucher. Mrs. Hauk. Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye. Motion passes. Do I have a motion to approve the termination of employee 111521-4?
So moved.
Member Mayville made the motion and member Hauk seconded the motion to approve the termination of employee 111521-4. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Mayville.
Aye.
Mrs. Hauk. Mr. Zickert. Mr. Bucher. Mr. Herrera. Mrs. Whitcomb. Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye. Motion passes.
Shame on all of you, and you're watching you. Won't be reelected.
Moving on, do I have any board member willing to accept a nomination to serve as the District 100 delegate to the IASB Delegate Assembly on November 20th of 2021?
I mean, I'll do it. It's fine. I understand nobody was jumping at the chance last month, so. sure.
Okay. Mayville, then I'm assuming you would accept the nomination. Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the nomination of Mrs. Mayville as the District 100 delegate of the IASB Delegate Assembly for November 20th of 2021? Member Herrera made a motion and Member Hauk seconded the motion to appoint Mrs. Mayville as the District 100 delegate of the IASB Delegate Assembly for November 20th, 2021. Any discussion?
My only question would be, which I appreciate Mrs. Mayville being willing to step up and do it. I just wonder, and there's 23 different, I don't know what the right word would be to say, initiatives. I'm not exactly sure what we're calling them. Is there discussion to be had about, we're sending a single delegate to represent the position of the entire board? Is that, am I understanding that correct? So how do we have discussion about those 23 items before Friday or Saturday?
We would typically have done that. Yes.
But it's this weekend, right?
You could do that right now. You
Yeah,
could
we would do it at
discuss
a board meeting. I understand you didn't do it last meeting. Yeah, if we want the district represented.
Okay.
So the motion on the floor is to appoint Mrs. Mayville as the District 100 delegate of the IASB Delegate Assembly from November 20th, 2021. Following that, we could have discussion in regards to the board's recommendations regarding how she should vote or represent. Any other discussion?
Yeah, can I add something? So I did this a few years ago, and I said this last month too. I truly believe this is something that, I mean, this is part of our board work. You know, every district is able to send someone, and this is important. We represent the community on many different things, and this is something that we need to go and do at our level. This is a board level decision. So I definitely think we need someone there. Like I said, I did it, and it's important stuff.
If you want to do it again.
I do that.
Okay.
I don't disagree that it is or isn't important. I'm too new to, and I appreciate you saying what you know about it. I just frankly feel it would be really difficult to be informed enough to know what position to endorse or take, now. I mean, literally now. So, I mean, I guess we'll have that discussion, and maybe everyone else has already reviewed it all and is fully prepared to speak into what they believe the right position is, and that's great. I don't see a list of them.
So those were attached last month under board discussion. There's a category IASB resolutions.
Other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Herrera, Mrs. Hauk, Mr. Zickert, Ms. Mayville.
Aye.
Mrs. Whitcomb, Mr. Booker, Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye. Motion passes. In regards to the new resolutions, there is a list regarding new resolutions. There's amended existing resolutions, reaffirmation of existing positions, new belief statements, and amended belief statements. Opening up discussion in regards to how we would like Mrs. Mayville to represent the board. We would open up discussion now as to which of the new resolutions, there are 1 through 16, which of the one amended existing resolution reaffirmation of the existing positions, which are 4 different resolutions, a new belief statement and an amended belief statement, we would like her to support or oppose on the board's behalf.
Just by way of background, because we do have some new board members, we've done historically in the past, is whoever was superintendent at the time typically reviews the resolution, draws ones to our attention that he thinks are particularly important or maybe particularly controversial, provides a recommendation. In the past, we have not sat at a board meeting and gone line by line individual resolution. Certainly, if that's the board's prerogative, if they would like to do that, I would note that on the agenda for the October meeting, Weisman did give a recommendation, and we can look at the particular resolutions that he called out separately. We can look at all of them, or we can adopt his recommendation. I'm just your delegate.
I would add on that in the past, since I've been on the board, we've never specifically elected a delegate at a board meeting.
Did Holly?
Holly was not elected at a board meeting.
Okay, she just volunteered.
We got an email that said, this is coming up. This is for a review.
Does anyone want to do it?
These are some things. Does anybody want to do it? But it was an email. It wasn't discussed at a board meeting.
But we've discussed the resolutions and how we want the delegate to act at a board meeting. We
Not
have.
usually. No, not usually.
We have done it in the past before. I distinctly remember doing it on resolution number 2, the voluntary concealed firearm carry, for sure.
That was done by email.
And Mr. Zickert remembers it too. It was at a board meeting. Yep.
So
it was fun and interesting. And we voted on it, I believe. I believe it was a 6-1 vote.
So in
I do.
So in regards, looking at Dr. Weisman's recommendations, let's start there. We'll go to Dr. Weisman's recommendations in October. Does anyone have any discussion in regards to his recommendations? Dr. Weisman, could you give us some insight as to your recommendations?
So,
Please.
so generally, I recommended that the board support the resolutions committee. So the Illinois Association of School Boards puts together a committee of individuals that represent school districts and school boards. They look at all of the proposed resolutions, and then they make recommendations. So generally, what I said was I would go ahead and follow the resolutions committee recommendations, accepting resolution number 2. Resolution number 2 calls for voluntary concealed firearm carry by district employees. This has been proposed several times in the past. The delegate assemblies rejected this, and the resolutions committee traditionally has recommended against this, but they did an about face this year and are recommending that the resolution be adopted. It would give school districts the ability to put together qualifications that allowed, if followed, district employees to carry firearms into the school. So I disagree with the resolutions committee on this strongly. So I would say I would recommend you go against the resolutions committee recommendations on number 2, but the rest of them I would propose following the recommendations.
Reasoning for standing in opposition to that particular one as it relates to the about face or
Yeah. So I don't believe that employees should be given the ability to bring concealed firearms into schools. I think, to be honest, I think it's foolish to think that an employee that can participate in an annual training can safely and effectively utilize a firearm during a crisis event at a school. The resolutions committee, when you read their reasoning, it seems like they're acknowledging that in the past they didn't support this, but have come around and switched perspectives. Mostly, my interpretation is mostly because they're looking at it from a local control perspective. and they feel like if there is question about whether or not legislation should happen, legislation should favor local control. So regardless of local control decisions, I do believe that our students and families enter schools in other school districts and are subject to the safety policies of other schools when they visit those schools for most often it's athletic or interscholastic type competitions. And so we may fight for local control, but in this case, local control means assuming and putting our children in schools that can adopt their own safety protocol. And I just don't believe in that safety protocol. Personally, I think there's more risk than benefit in having those firearms brought into the school by employees. Hope that helps.
If I could just add, I agree with you, Dr. Weisman, on that. That was probably the big hot button the year I was there. Tons of speakers, the press was there. It definitely is. It's very close every time. So if we do nothing else, I think we should come to a consensus on that and be represented at least with that one line item. I also want to add quickly, I am opposed to any school board members being paid for anything, whether it's childcare or salary. So that's just my 2 cents, but I wouldn't want to go in and vote in favor of that.
That's resolution 4. You're talking about that? Okay.
Any other discussion? We'll start with Dr. Weisman's first recommendation regarding resolution 2 that calls for voluntary concealed firearm carry by district employees.
I'm a strong no on arming our teachers. No offense, but that doesn't make our kids safer. It just doesn't. So strong no on 2. I see Ms. Hauk's point on 4.
I would say in regards to the concealed carry, I do not at this time feel that it is the right thing for our district to do. I think that it's a very hot topic. Do I think that other districts would benefit from them, especially rural districts? Possibly. But in regards to our own district, considering we do have, we do have our SROs in our buildings. We do have others in our buildings that have been, that have gone through some training. So for me, that I would agree with Dr. Weisman's recommendation for resolution number 2. In regards to being paid, again, I would agree with Mrs. Hauk. I don't think that we should be paid. I don't think it should come in. I think that kind of starts to split hairs about, where your loyalties lie when you start getting paid for things. But that's my personal opinion. In regards to the cannabis sales, I'm not real nuts about that. That's my personal opinion on that one. So that's where I'm at on that. Mr. Zickert?
Fine with dissenting from the resolutions team on 2, and I have no problem with 4. Honestly, if I was a young parent and it indicated that there was a reason, that childcare was a reason for me to have an issue with being able to be a board member, I don't really see the sticking point, but I'm fine with the collective voice if we don't vote yes on that, but I don't see the same I don't see an issue with making it easier for families with young children to be able to serve by having childcare reimbursed for district functions.
Herrera.
All right, well, I would support Dr. Weisman's recommendation on resolution 2 for that matter. And I do agree with Holly from that standpoint on resolution number 4. Resolution number 10, cause for using cannabis sales to fund schools. Yeah, I mean, people are lighting up. There's a new new revenue stream. Why are we not going to take care of that? Take advantage of having that paid for severely underfunded schools, especially around the state and even around here. So yes, if that's going to be law that there are legal marijuana sales, why wouldn't schools get out of that? So I'm supportive of number 10. So resolution number 10. That's all I've got.
Jorge, pro pot.
Well, I don't know about that, but if it's going to be, let's get paid for it.
So in regards to resolution 2, 4, 5, 9, and 10, to go with Dr. Weisman's recommendations, the board is in agreement with opposition to resolution number 2. The board is not in support of paid childcare. In regards to cannabis sales to fund schools, I know not Mr. Herrera and I mentioned that. Everybody okay with supporting that? Okay. And then let me see. So we got a support on that. And oops. And number 5, remote virtual school board open meetings. Dr. Weisman, do you have anything to add on that one other than recommendation?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Everybody in support of that? Okay. Number 9. Okay. So support number 9, support number 10. So we have opposition to number 2 and number 4, support for number 5, number 9, number 10. Anything else? Okay. Mrs.
All right.
Mayville?
Got my marching orders.
Want to hand that, Mrs. Mayville? There is a sheet for you if you want to.
Perfect. Do you want me to abstain from the other ones? Is that the expectation? Or do you want me to go ahead and follow the administration's recommendation on the other one? I just don't know what you guys are anticipating.
I would probably say I would be. Take a fair bit of time. If they weren't noted or pulled out. Sorry, if they weren't specifically pulled out, then, but again, that's just because I don't feel like I've had enough time to really review them. And if the ones that were pulled out were the ones of priority or that were prioritized for evaluation.
I mean, I will note that number 3 is school board member compensation. Dan didn't pull that out for specific. But it looks like number 3 is actual school board member compensation. I don't know if that's what it is or not.
Well, for me.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's a no from all of us. I will. Alrighty.
Okay, next, do I have a motion to approve the district goals as presented?
So move. Second.
Member Herrera made the motion and member Mayville seconded the motion to approve the district goals as presented. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Herrera, Ms. Mayville. Aye. Mr. Booker, Mrs. Hauk, Mr. Zickert, Mrs. Whitcomb, Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye, motion passes. Do I have a motion regarding the MOU with Boone County Health Department? Okay, no motion, we'll move on. Do I have a motion to approve the extension on the minibus lease as presented?
So moved.
Member Mayville made the motion and Member Booker seconded the motion to approve the extension on the minibus lease as presented. Any discussion?
I just don't see the agreement attached. Am I missing it? I don't see the agreement.
Last
Is
month,
this different than what we would have seen at the prior meeting?
And what month
Okay.
was it? I'm sorry, I just wanted to go. Oh, that's,
Dr. Brown, I think there was a little bit discussion whether to do a 1 month or sorry, a 1 year or a 2 year last month. And we thought we were going to do it 1 year. Is there a benefit to doing the 2 years or where that was changed? Did you note any other major differences between the last contract and this one then? Discussion, provided that there aren't any major changes other than last one is 3 years? 2 years, so it would be the same, 2 years.
Current one is 2 years. Last one, 2 years.
that's the letter that was presented at the committee that was from them that outlined all of those things. Yeah, yeah.
Other discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Mayville.
Aye.
Mr. Booker. Mrs. Whitcomb. Mr. Herrera. Mrs. Hauk. Mr. Zickert. Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye, motion passes. Do I have a motion to approve the first reading of the 2021 property tax levy as presented?
So moved.
Member Mayville made the motion and Member Herrera seconded the motion to approve the first reading of the 2021 property tax levy as presented. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Mayville.
Aye.
Herrera. Aye. Mr. Booker. Hauk.
Aye, motion passes. Do I have a motion to approve the tutorme.com agreement as presented? Member Herrera made the motion and Member Zickert seconded the motion to approve the tutorme.com agreement as presented. Discussion.
It's similarly to the paper contract. I mean, the agreement does state that it's subject to California law, so that's some concern for me. I'd like a little bit of information on the $2,500 setup fee, because when you calculate that in, obviously that increases the price from $27 an hour to $30 an hour. We also are, I don't want to say giving away, but not that's the wrong word, but They're requiring the ability to use our branding, our district branding. We have a policy 825 that says we can, but we have to understand we're giving them the right to do that. Are we okay with that? And then lastly, they are going to bill in 15-minute increments. So if we're at 15 minutes, or if we're at 16 minutes, it's really 30. If we're at 31, it's really, 45. And, I don't know that that's an issue necessarily. It's better than some that are first minute is the 30 or the hour. So, I mean, it's better than that, but, so I have some concerns about, those things.
We know if we're going to integrate into our learning management system for this, or if it would be a CSV upload of the students.
I don't know that initially. Most likely they will integrate with our Google directory, Google Student Directory.
Google our learning management system. So that wouldn't be like Mastery Connect and Empower.
Correct. If they're going to integrate with something, they would integrate with our Google student lists.
And that would give them access to first name, last name, student email, anything else?
Possibly student ID, their class roster, and their teacher names possibly. I'd have to go back and find out exactly what happens in those syncs.
I'm sorry. I saw there's a couple choices on here, the short term versus the long term, the trial part. What's the minimum we could do, or what's the trial testing part considered?
That was one of the things is we passed this on because it seems like there's a pretty low fee to try it short term and see how it does, basically, and see what kind of activity we get with it, see if it's worth our while.
Me personally, I think I could support I'm sorry. I could support the short term one. I'd be a little reluctant to do the long term one without seeing what it's really like. Then we could always, if it's really that good, we can continue on.
What's the $2,500 setup fee? What did they give us an idea of what that's for?
So
no.
Yeah, usually the setup fees just are acknowledgement that it takes effort for them to do that initial sync, to meet with administration and onboard them. That's generally it's just setting it up. The setup fee pays for them to set it up.
Was there discussion as to how we're going to progress monitor this to see if it's worth continuing on after we're done with the 500 at the business services committee level?
That's the question. Like how does that happen, right? And do we see data that shows us that? So that's a question. An answer.
So we do get detailed information on the number of minutes students are logging in, how many students are logging in, the average amount of time they're logging in. In an hourly system, if we use the whole 500 hours, then a lot of our assumption is if the students are using the hours, then we would continue to pay for hours if they're using the service. If they're not using the service, then we'll never run out of that initial purchase, the 500 hour block.
If we do run out of the 500 block, then we'd have to do a new contract. This isn't just an
Correct.
automatic.
Correct.
Provided we can see information on how many students are accessing it, what students are accessing it, and have data like that. That's my big question. So as long as that question can be answered, I'm okay to see what it is on the short term. Other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mr. Zickert. Mrs. Whitcomb. Ms. Mayville. Mr. Bucher. Mrs. Hauk, Mrs. Reed Nemec,
Aye. Next, do I have a motion to approve the continued use of the grading and promotion practices A through G as outlined in the superintendent's annual report regarding the currently utilized grading and promotion system?
So moved.
Member Mayville made the motion and Member Herrera seconded the motion to approve the continued use of the grading and promotion practices A through G as outlined in the superintendent's annual report regarding the currently utilized grading and promotion system. Discussion, please. The discussion? I think so.
So I just, generally, I think some of the good feedback I got from a board member was that we would need to make sure that the board understood that this wasn't just an initiative coming from Dr. Weisman and that other people could speak to it, which is part of the reason why I asked that the high school principals identify some teachers. So I appreciate their time. I think it's fair to ask, did we hear from a select group of teachers today? I think you did. And last month, I think you did. When we put together a strategic plan 5 years ago, we looked at where we wanted to be. And I think these teachers represent that you heard from last month and you heard from today. They represent where we want to be. They're the best representation we have of where we want to be. So generally, good instruction is good instruction. It doesn't rely on a certain grading system or a certain grading book. But the practices you heard about from teachers are what we're trying to support. And I think there is a lot of benefit in looking at structurally what structures exist to support teachers with good instructional practices. And that's what we're attempting to do with many of the efforts behind proficiency-based grading. It is an initiative meant to be a stepping stone towards competency-based progression, which we are not at, but that is how we see ourselves getting there. But generally, big picture, I think our efforts as a district are to support teachers to be the best they can be. I do believe the system does this and supports teachers to be the best they can be for all of our students.
Having to speak first is always in a difficult position on this. I think that I've talked to a lot of people on this issue. I've talked to a lot of parents. I've talked to a lot of teachers. I've talked to a lot of administrators. There's a lot of passionate people on both sides. I used to say, talking about grading is like talking about religion and politics. You're going to get very, very passionate opinions. It doesn't necessarily mean one side's right or wrong, but they're just passionate in what they believe. And I believe that even though I've heard a lot of varying opinions and a lot of differences in how they think we ought to proceed, as hard as it is to believe, I think everybody has the best interest of kids in mind. No matter what side you're on, I think they're looking out for what they believe is in the best interest of kids. We might not all agree on that, but I think that's what the ultimate issue is. So then it gets down to what to do and how to proceed. I had not that this matters, but it just goes to why I'm talking now, is that I had a really close friend of mine pass away today. And the one thing I always remembered about him as a board member when I was at Winnebago was that he always said, everybody's going to know what Tony Capriola believes in when they leave. And it's important people know that. And I believe in this case, in this issue like this, it's important for people to know where you're coming from, good or bad. They need to know how you're going to vote like you are and why, and give criteria for that. And like I said, I've had a lot of experience with this. I have friends that are really, really passionate about it. I had a long conversation with a really good friend of mine for 4 hours over this. That was really an intellectual and I thought a very good discussion. It was really hard, but it was really good because I think it brought out a lot of opinions from two people who really feel very passionately about learning in kids. I've talked at a lot of board meetings for a lot of years, probably too much sometimes. And I apologize for none of that because I do think I did it in what I thought was the best interest of kids. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. I guess everybody can have an opinion on whether it was or it wasn't. I look at this and I struggle with it. I struggle what to do with it because I look at the two scenarios and what's going to happen, you know, on this. And I've heard from a lot of them, from people who are passionate, that say we're fools for even talking about this, that we have no business delving into these things, and that it's all going to be chaos afterwards. I don't necessarily ascribe to that, but that doesn't mean I'm right either. I think I like a lot of parts of this. I like the things the teachers talked about. I think all the teachers I've talked to, a lot of them say, we like a lot of components on it, even if we don't like everything. We like the standards. We don't want to go back to the old way. We believe our grading practices have really evolved and are evolving over time, and we don't see ourselves ever wanting to do that again. Were the boxes of Kleenex and stuff like that, was that urban legend? No. Did it happen all the time from a majority of the teachers? I'm guessing probably not, but it did too often. Was the old grading system a great thing in my opinion? No. It had a lot of problems too. Just a lot of it was we were used to it and we became accustomed to that over a period of time. So I think, you know, we have to look at that in that way too. My problem with this from the beginning has been the rollout of it. I think that as we progress through, I would have liked to have seen more things done along the way to benchmark how we've been doing, or to at least have an end goal in mind and say, you know what, this is where we wanted to go. This is how we're going to progress monitor ourselves or whatever as we get there. Now, I agree the pandemic happened. I agree that in some cases, there's not a lot of recent data to use on that. I can't argue that. But on the other hand, it would have been nice to have known, okay, if we didn't have the pandemic, what would we have used? And what was our end goal and what were we going to look at the end of the day? I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater by any stretch of the imagination. You know, I want to do what I think is in the best interest of kids. But I also look at it as, for me personally, I'm only speaking for myself, in order to have this work, it needs the support of the community, it needs the support of the teachers, and it needs the support of the kids. The two things that have really bothered me during all these conversations is I've talked to a lot of teachers that really think it's great, and I believe them. And I think they really believe that. And I'm not saying they're totally wrong. I've talked to other teachers who disagree passionately. I've talked to Golden Apple principals that love it. I've talked to Golden Apple teachers that don't. So, I mean, I think it, you know, we're always going to get that. But I think the one thing we need to look at is two things. We gave a survey out and asked the kids what they thought. And the kids didn't give the answer. For something like this, to say we're in a good place with it at this point in time, I'm not sure we got the answer we should have. I also have talked to a lot of teachers with kids in the district. Some are really supportive of it and some aren't. So I think that's an issue because we have to have those people on board for this thing to work. What I would like to see as we move forward is there are a lot of things. I don't think we're as far apart as a lot of us believe we are. I really believe that. But I believe we have to work together to come up with a solution that works for everybody. That for whatever reason, the point we're in now, I'm not sure it works for everybody. But I don't think we're that far away from getting it to work for everybody. So I think saying that we're just going to throw everything away and forget about it over 10 years is ludicrous. But I also think we need to take time and get input from people who have valuable input that don't have problems with all of it, but small parts of it, and try and work with them to come up with a solution that's good for everybody. That's where I'm coming from.
So I'll go next. My comments are not meant to be any more than my perspective and how I'm basing my decision here tonight. It does not diminish in any way, not meant to diminish the work that anyone has done, from students all the way up to administrators, all the way up to community members, up to parents. I understand that there are lots and lots of passionate people here in our community. We have passionate parents. We have passionate students. We've heard from some of them this evening. We have administrators. We have teachers that are very passionate. I've spoken with a lot of people. I've read a lot of the information that I can find. I've read through all of the information that we've been given as a board. And what I do know, and I visited some schools. I visited schools last year, not specific to looking at PBG, but try to visit schools at least once a year. And what do I know in the past month that I may or may not have known before? Not all students are pre-assessed on all standards. Standards are consistent across schools, but evidence to meet the mastery is not consistent outside of building level PLCs. Grades are at teacher discretion. That was on the bottom of a poster that I saw in 2 different classrooms in a school I was in last week. Students are not included in PLCs to assist in development of assessments, though teacher evaluation systems typically rely on students helping with those assessments. There are way more standards per class than the 8 to 12 priority standards that the District 100 students are expected to master in each class. There doesn't appear to be very much differentiated data between the previous grading systems and the current grading system. Not all classes have a 4.0 level work. The ones that do have 4.0 level work do view it differently. So there's inconsistencies there possibly. Understanding of core content is divided into a set number of individual skills versus entire content. Habits of work at the middle school level are assessed on a 1, 2, 3, 4 scale. That scale is not provided to students or parents in all cases. Habits of work at the high school are meets expectations or needs improvement. The elementary level uses 1, 2, 3, 4. Secondary uses 1, 2, 3, 4. However, they also get feedback on 0.5s, 1.5s, 2.5s. A majority of students that were surveyed about their thoughts on the current grading system. So we did get quite a few secondary students that gave us their view on the grading system. I found that a score of a 2.0 means approaching mastery, though a student could be just above the level of a 1.4 or just below the level of a 3.0. But as grades go, could be getting a B, C, or even a D. Standards can include multiple objectives. So knowing what a student might need to work on, either from a parent's perspective or a student's perspective, if they're receiving a 2, could be unknown unless a separate conversation is had between the parent and teacher, or possibly the parent and student if the student can answer that. So in all of that, not one individual, including myself, could answer the following with fidelity. What was the District 100 goal and plan for implementation of PBG? What were the progress monitoring data points? What was the schedule of our progress monitoring? And where is District 100 on this path? And how will we know when we've met the goal for implementation? So all of that in a collective would indicate, well, I'll be voting no this evening.
I ask a lot of questions and I got a lot of information, and I appreciate the fact that Dr. Weisman provided a lot of detail. I read every link I was provided, both in the document that's attached, as well as in separate emails that we exchanged. I sought out teacher groups. I sought out teachers. I was sought out by teachers and parents, and I had every conversation that I could think to have, in addition to reviewing all of the survey results that were provided. The survey results, I asked roughly 2.5 weeks ago if we intended to survey teachers, and I was told no. And I did so because of some troubling trends in emails that we received from teachers that indicated that they felt they needed to be secret if they couldn't, in fact, be in support, that they couldn't engage in robust conversation or dialogue about it because there was repercussions and fallout if in fact they did. And that was concerning to me. So I thought, well, then let's provide an anonymous way for them to give us feedback. That didn't happen. And I repeatedly heard from parents who said, no one asked us, no one asked us, no one asked us. So I asked if we were intending to do a parent survey. Likewise, I was told, no, we were not. So the only real survey data that was left to evaluate with any rigor was the one that was provided to students. And I was frankly, and I said this to the principals with whom I spoke, and some with whom I spoke shared my surprise. I was admittedly very surprised when, by a margin of nearly 3-1 in the secondary education buildings, students returned the response, what grading system would you prefer? 71.6% of them said traditional based grading. Now, whether or not the surprise that I had was warranted or appropriate, I don't know, relatively new to the board member, but it trended along the line of my own students' personal experience. They're not in school anymore, so they're not affected in a way that makes this in any way, reflective of their situation or issue. But I was more surprised by the fact that some of the responses I got from both teachers who were surprised and principals who were surprised by that was, why would students be leaning in that direction when many of them, especially at the middle school level, haven't been in anything other than PBG for quite some time? And that response and that question from them was also very compelling to me. If in fact that is true, and historically we would look back and see that that is true, that their most recent relevant experience is in a system that they don't have confidence in, that's troubling as well. And then I think if we don't have partnership and buy-in by everybody, by teacher groups, in majority, I know 86 of the 600, roughly 600 certified teachers we have had an opportunity to participate. Oh, every teacher had an opportunity to participate in I believe they called it rounding, which was the feedback opportunity. Yes, it was after hours, and we don't have an expectation, or do we have the right to have an expectation that teachers would, stay after school? But I asked some, were they given an opportunity to participate virtually? Did they send emails in support or with their concern? But only 86 of nearly 600 certified teachers participated in that practice, which led me to request, are we going to do a survey of them? Maybe there's another better way. That's not very representational, right? 15, 16% of teachers. And then the trend line on student achievement is going the wrong direction. And everything that it has been provided, in the links that I've seen, in the report card data that's been presented, in the information that's been provided by teachers. And lastly, I don't see it really as a pilot, and that's disappointing to me. But in some of the answers that I got from an administrative level, I really wanted that differentiated data, that data from those initial pilot classrooms, 50 teachers, and then 70, and then 90, and then the 120, to say, okay, how were the kids in those classes performing differentiated against the kids who were not in it that year, and the following year, and the following year? And I asked for that, and I appreciate the candid response that I got, but the response that I got was that we didn't keep that because we were always planning to move forward. How can we be planning to move forward with something that we didn't fully vet was working? And so I've said, well, it was never really a pilot then. It was simply a graduated rollout of a foregone conclusion. And it doesn't seem to track with the idea of a pilot, which is the intention would be to evaluate whether or not it would move forward. Having said that, I think there are outstanding teachers who both support it, and there are outstanding teachers who have significant concerns about it at an individual grade or tier, elementary versus secondary. And there's fantastic teachers who stand in opposition to it entirely. Has there been great sacrifice by individuals within the district from an administrative, from administrators down to teachers? Absolutely. Have they done so in good faith, believing that they were doing the very best they could for students? Absolutely. Have those teachers who have said, I have such significant struggles with it that I've written letters and or made phone calls to say I stand in opposition to it? Absolutely. There is no one involved in the process that is standing up and saying anything other than what they believe based upon the information that they've been provided. Based upon the information that I've been provided and everything that I've researched, both provided and independently sought out, tonight I'll vote no.
Well, one thing is for sure is there's a lot of confusion. And that's okay, right? When things initially start out, they're never perfect. Nothing really ever is perfect in life until it's fine-tuned. And we get there and we make progress on it. So do I think PBG is perfect? No. But do I think in the long run, there's some potential and opportunity there? I do think so. But I do have some questions for the administration here. Just for some clarification. For some students, this is the first full year rollout in the district of PBG, is that correct?
Correct.
Has every student previous to this year been exposed to PBG or not, I guess is the question. So has every student been pre-exposed to PBG prior to this year? Or could this be the first year that some students are actually in PBG?
This is the majority of our students have had some type of experience with PBG. There are some students where this is the first experience they're having.
So for some students, it's the very first time.
Yes. Yeah.
And so for some of these students, it's new to them too, right? Learning something new is going to be difficult. I could understand perhaps maybe why their surveys may have come out the way it just, it's kind of surprised us, right? I think even Mr. Zickert mentioned the same thing. We're surprised by the results of the student survey. I say that all to say that over the course of the year, yes, the trend lines have been going down. I think we've been seeing that. But perhaps that's not entirely due to PBG. And so I think that the data that we're seeing, both pro and con, is pretty skewed if you ask me. So the data that we saw earlier, both pros and cons to PBG, while it's great that we're seeing the AP scores going up and the number of A's going up, that's great. I'm not sure we can necessarily tie all that to PBG, and I'm not entirely sure we can tie it back to the other traditional grading system, to be honest with you. And the other, to say that the course of the last 10, 12 years that the district performance has been going down has been attributed to PBG is a little unfair too and skewed, if you ask me, in my opinion. But one thing is for sure, and you heard this when the Northern Illinois Building Trades Union, which represents 15,000 construction workers and operates 20 local apprentice programs here in the state line, start getting involved with these types of academic decisions for the future, right? The future of the workforce, the future of our students, the future for them, the ability to pass apprenticeship programs. And they mentioned it themselves. This is a real world example of a system like proficiency-based grading where applicants are encouraged to improve and try again. This also reduces the barriers to young people joining the trades because they will be more likely to meet the minimum math and reading requirements. Programs like proficiency-based grading lay the groundwork for students to be successful, making it more likely that they'll have a meaningful career in our community. So there's a real concern out there, right? In terms of economic development. in terms of careers, in terms of jobs here in the community. Because if programs like this and employers can't find the skilled applicants, that's a problem. That's a problem here. That's a problem throughout our region. And let's face it, are our students better off with the skills that they need to master to enter these programs, to pass some of these aptitude tests, to pass these apprentice programs, aptitude tests, and others? That's real world, folks. That is real world. The real world is asking us to meet this challenge. So I know there's a lot of confusion. I think that there's been some strides that have been made now. You know, we're able to see grades on progress reports. We're able to see grades on end of semester report cards, which ultimately will correlate to GPAs. And so I know there's confusion around that, but again, as I mentioned, nothing's perfect. And one thing I could, I think we would agree is that, yes, there probably needs to be a lot more training for everybody involved, for all stakeholders in this. And that means, from the teachers, spending quality time, working through this, understanding this, to the students themselves and the parents themselves as well. I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day, folks. It took time. And so, I say that to say, with time, I think we can get there. With the appropriate feedback and stakeholders, I think we can get there. But to throw it all out and the progress we've made, and of course, there are employers, there are folks that are asking us to better prepare our students for the workforce. That's real life. That's a real life call to us. So that's all I have for now.
Discussion?
I have a couple things to say. I agree with a lot of what Mr. Zuckert said. I found interesting and sort of promising. Not necessarily that I think we're going to vote the same way tonight, but perhaps we're not as far apart as everyone thinks we might be. And I think with respect to the emails and the parent comments that I've received on PBG, it's hard to quantify it, but I do feel like 95% of the issues and the negatives and the complaints are legitimate issues where we can improve. We are not at a state of perfection, and no one in this room is trying to claim it. And I think I was not happy when the board changed the policy so that the grading policy becomes a board decision. I still am not happy about that. The good thing that has come out of it is the dialogue and hearing from parents and hearing from Misty tonight, who, does not like PBG, but when she talks about it, I think, yes, that is something that we need to look at. Yes, that is something we need to look at. And those thoughts are getting to the right ears because of this discussion. So I appreciate that. I think the emails and the feedback that I received from students were developmentally appropriate for, I think, mostly high school students. They had a developmentally appropriate understanding of the system. They had a developmentally appropriate, I think, focus on how they perceived the system working for them. Their priorities are not always the same as our priorities as parents, our priorities as educators, but it was good to get the perspective from the kids because some of them did have issues that I recognize in what my own children say to me. And I'm sure if my son was surveyed, he's a senior, he would have been one of the 71% who didn't like PBG. You know, when the board was talking about changing this policy, I expressed a lot of concerns about that. And what I heard was, it's gonna be based on data. Don't worry, it's not gonna be subjective. It's gonna be based on data. This will be data-driven. And I don't know if I have a different understanding of the word data than my fellow board members, or if their perspective on that has changed. I guess in the technical sense, surveys are data. That's an interesting way to run a school district by popular vote, but I'm sure, you know, sure, we could do that. When we look at, and Mr. Herrera touched on this a little bit, I'll go a little further with it. When we look at, I'm going to steal one of Ms. D's exhibits. When we look at the, you know, the sort of trend line for District 100 achievement going down. Nobody thinks that's great. No one's pleased about that. And there seems to be this, this sort of jump to assume that that is the fault of PBG. So, boy, it's been a long time since I took statistics, but there's certainly some words that still kind of are knocking around my head: correlation and causation. So you may see this trend line going down and you think, oh goodness, well, you know, that kind of started happening around the time the district started piloting PBG. If you also look at what was happening in the district at that time, our population of low-income students has gone from approximately 13% back in the mid 2000s to where it sits now at close to 50%. Strong correlation between academic performance and income. The proportion of English language learners in our district has followed the same trend line as low income, as the low income trend line. If English is not a kid's first language, they're going to struggle more in all their academics. I think, and again, correlation, causation, two different things. I'm not going to say that any one of these factors is responsible for these trend lines. And I think it would be irresponsible for any of us to claim that we know exactly what is responsible. As far as other data, we've heard many anecdotes, pro and con, PBG, teachers, parents, students. I think that is not a manner in which I would choose to run a school district as well. I think going back to the, you know, as a board, it's really nice to be told that we're doing a really good job and everyone loves everything we're doing. And I'm sure admin loves that too. But frankly, the useful information that we get from our constituents is often criticism. And we've received a lot of constructive criticism on our grading policy. If the board votes down the grading policy, which I don't know if you've all looked at the district-wide grading and promotion system, there's a ton to this other than PBG. Yes, we changed the policy, and we all know why we changed the policy. It was to address PBG. We weren't talking about any of this other stuff in here. But if this board votes down the grading system tonight, we're taking an axe to an entire system here, an entire system that doesn't all have to do with PBG, when what we should be doing as a board is saying, okay, Dr. Weisman, we do or do not approve of your grading philosophy. Here's the philosophy, here's the policy. We're a board, we set the policy. here's the policy under which we expect you to develop a grading system. We give the surgeon a scalpel. We say, here's what we're hearing from the patient. We're hearing that kids are bringing home D's on their report cards, and then the parent calls the teacher and the teacher says, oh, it's not really a D, and Power isn't reporting that right. Okay, fix that with your scalpel. You don't need to take an axe to this entire grading policy in order to fix things that need to be fixed. Now, the board also should take into account that we have heard from, and we've talked a lot about the people who have talked to us tonight, and we've talked a lot about the teachers who, we did receive emails from teachers who are anti-PBG. So I want to dispel this notion that teachers are too scared of reprisals from scary Dr. Weisman if they speak up about being against PBG. We did receive those emails. I got them. You can FOIA them. They're public record. They're there. So let's just kind of put that to rest. We've received an endorsement of the grading system from the superintendent, from all of his assistant superintendents, from the director of career readiness, from the quality assurance director, from the director of curriculum, from the principals of all 11 of our schools, from numerous instructional coaches, numerous teachers, and we've been asked by the president of the BEA to keep the grading system. They're the professionals. We set the policy and we let the professionals do their job.
So I think I was on the curriculum committee for the last 6 years until recently. And I think Dr. Weisman would be the first to tell you that I have been one who have had many questions about this grading system as well. But it's kind of like Ms. Mayville said. I mean, you know, I love the feedback. I love the conversations I'm having with people. I appreciate, you know, I know Misty, Alicia, I've talked to you guys many times about this. I appreciate the way you come in here and you're giving us valuable feedback and you're giving us some solutions and you're telling us, you know, if you're going to do it, I think, Alicia, if you're going to do it, go all in, do it. I appreciate your passion for the district. I appreciate your passion for our kids. We all have it. We all do. We wouldn't be sitting up here if we didn't. I have questions. I do. I have for the last few years. But as Ms. Mayville said, and I voted against changing this policy a few months back because that is the administrator's job. It's not our job. We are in charge of policy and they follow the policy. As much as sometimes I hate that, we are not here to micromanage. And I feel if we put an axe to this, as Ms. Mayville said, that's exactly what we're doing. And I'm afraid what's going to come out of this. Okay, we're done. It's gone. Now what? And is it now my decision to decide this? Because guess what? I didn't go to school for this. I know nothing about this. That's why we hire a superintendent. So there's bigger conversations that maybe need to be had if it's a problem with this grading. I mean, that's a whole different conversation, like I said 3 months ago. So the reason I'm going to vote the way I do is because I am not in favor of the reasons we changed the policy. I think that it is the board's work is not this.
Well, I waited to last because I'm the person who requested the change of this policy. And it wasn't something I did or came up with in a minute. Anyone who knows me knows I won't buy a pair of shoes without reading reviews on them and doing my research and trying to find out exactly what the best one is and why I'm going to get it. Started 4 years ago with questions to this board, which the board was different at the time, about grading at that time. And the answers were okay. But as time went on, my oldest son graduated in 2020, and I found a lot of the same things some of the people talked about here today about how it affected your application to college, how it affected your entrance into direct admit programs, how it affected the dollars you could get money off of your school. Those are real things that affect everybody. You know, it can be drastic to your family. And those are problems in the system. And one thing I do want to say in all this, our teachers are awesome. And I thank all the teachers that talked here today. I know some of them, Miss Numi's rock star. And I wanted to thank them and all the emails I got on both sides from the teachers. In some ways, I feel, bad for the teachers because on the implementation side of this, I don't think we've done a good job at all. Carla, you referenced, throwing this all away. I don't know if anybody said to throw it all away. I echo Matt's comments. I've heard good things about PBG and I've heard bad things about PBG. What I will say is I spent an unbelievable amount of time reaching out to people to ask their thoughts first and get their feedback on PBG from teachers, from parents, from all kinds of people, a ton of time. I will say this, I think parents have been kind of eliminated from the equation of PBG, and I think that's wrong because we've been doing it how long? And how much parental input have we gotten? I don't think much at all. And I think that's wrong. Parents should be part of the education process of their kids. And when they, after 10 years, can't make heads or tails of their kid's progress report, or they get a D and then the teacher said, no, it's a B or it's a C or whatever. To your point, Carla, at the curriculum meeting, you said you couldn't even understand it yourself. And that's not a
Those
good.
are not my words.
Well, you said to the effect that you got your progress report and you
Well,
did not understand.
let's stand what I said.
Anyway,
Go on.
Mr. Booker, please continue
Okay.
on and
anyway,
not
also,
calling on other people.
also, the point of the teachers I've talked to, after going over this in the last month, it's actually pushed me more to the way I'm going to vote. I found many of their arguments were very, very compelling, and I learned things that don't work in the system that I never even thought of. So it's been a very long journey. I've spent a lot of time doing it, and I want to find out more from teachers on both sides because I think this dialogue would not have happened. And the reason it's happened is because, in my opinion, the actual reason this came up was because there was no checks and balances in the system. That was my main reason for writing this. That is why I sent it in. It was not solely on PBG. And when I asked every one of the previous board members, and I asked Dan, who's watching over this? Who is telling us, is it doing good? Is it doing bad? Who is doing this? And no one had an answer.
I did.
You had an answer, but we didn't have data. We didn't have anything to support whether it was going well or not. Did we?
I'm still waiting for all this data that we're going to use to
But
determine.
that's the point. They didn't progress monitor any of this the whole way. It's my time to speak.
Okay, I'm just waiting to hear about the data.
The data would be what you should have done if you implemented the system for 10 years and you would have progress monitored each way. And when you did a pilot at the lower levels, you take that data and you make sure you have it
What
buttoned
data?
up and working correctly. Your progress monitoring
Explain
of
that to
it.
me. How does that work in this?
This
particular-
isn't,
Booker,
this
please
isn't an
continue
argument
with your comment,
you.
please.
This is my time to
Okay,
speak.
I'm just curious to know what you,
Let me know when I can finish.
that's fine. If you don't want to explain that, that's fine. I just have a
I just
question about
did.
it.
Anyway, in talking to everybody, it was very interesting to hear and for you to say that all the teachers who aren't for this aren't afraid of coming out and
I
telling their
didn't say all the
dissent.
teachers. Stop misrepresenting what I said. I
You
did
said
not
all of
say-
their, you said
I
all,
did not say all the teachers, Tom.
you said all of their emails are there and you can
Excuse
FOIA
me,
them.
people
That's
out
not
in the
true.
audience.
You don't have all the
inappropriate,
feedback
please.
I've received from teachers. You don't.
They can FOIA any of our emails. I did not
If a teacher
say.
talks to me on the phone, they cannot FOIA that. If I talk to
Oh,
a
oh
teacher
my
when I
God,
saw them, they
you're
cannot
so
FOIA that.
missing the point. Like,
No.
I did not say what you said. I just said.
Anyway, the bottom line is, this isn't something I just came up with overnight. It's not something I didn't research. It's not something I didn't talk to lots and lots of teachers, parents, and people about. The overwhelming majority, and that's who we're here to represent. When we're here to represent the parents, the teachers, the students of this district. So that is why I will vote no. Thank you.
Where's the data? Where's the data for what we're going to replace this with? I believe Ms. Whitcomb stated, how can we move forward with something that we don't know is working? So what are we going to move forward with where we have all this data to support it? So where's the data? When we talked about this before, I was assured, don't worry, Carla, we're going to base our decision on data. We're going to base it on data. Data. So this is the fact that we are basing it on what the majority wants, which again, interesting way to run a school district. And you don't really need a board to do that. You can just send a survey out. Excuse me, sir.
Well, let's get the vote on.
Okay, I just want to,
So as long as we are going to say, how can we move forward with something that we don't know is working? I want to know what we are going to replace this with that we do know is working. And how do we know that whatever it is working?
so is it possible at this point to call the question?
Sure.
So I'd like to just say,
Once you call the question, then we vote on whether or not we're going to, there's no more discussion after you call the question.
I
Well, I have
asked,
some further
I
questions.
asked if it was possible to call the question. So my question is that a possibility? My question is that something that can
Oh, it
occur?
was theoretical.
Yes, it can.
From being able to speak. I also want to be sure that we maintain a level of civility amongst ourselves. I think we've done relatively well. If we could just maintain the idea that no one is against anyone else. This isn't a us versus them. This isn't a you versus me. This is a conversation where people have come to an individual decision based on collective information that each of us have interpreted through a number of things. It's not that I think it makes you wrong if you vote to approve it. And the reality is, if the vote tonight goes in a direction that the system, as the motion indicates, is affirmative and it continues to go forward, I'm not going to be up in arms and scream and yell and rant and rave and carry on and say, oh, we didn't win. The reality is we were voted in to represent individual voices or collective voices rather, and to do so in the most integrous way we can. And I believe each and every individual is trying to do exactly that.
I do have some
Sarah,
questions. Yeah.
You had some questions.
Yeah, I do have some questions for clarification. At the end of the semester, the students get a letter grade.
Yes.
At the end of the semester, do the students receive a GPA?
Yes.
In high school.
In high school.
Okay. In high school, that's where it matters, right? For applying to college and scholarships. And that's always based on the end of semester. Is that correct?
Semester.
So I guess I'm finding it hard. Tom, maybe you can help me understand this because you mentioned it's hard for students to apply for colleges or not get the scholarships maybe that they're applying for. Or maybe perhaps it was brought up there.
Brought it up earlier and told you how the academic money they get is based on letter grades. And if your letter grade is
Right.
off by 0.1 in the system, it can change the dollars that you get. I believe
So
that
if
is
the
what you
letter
said.
grade is off, would that mean that the student didn't meet the standard?
Yeah, I didn't understand how that related.
Would that mean that the student did not meet the standard?
My question was the same. How would that
So
relate?
what I'm saying, folks, is that if the student met the standard, perhaps the desired grade would be achieved.
So,
I mean, folks, I think that's what I think you hear.
The discussion amongst the board members currently. Thank you.
So, again, yes, there's confusion out there, folks. I completely understand it, but as this proficiency-based grading system is designed, right? It's designed to help the students achieve and master these skills to move on and progress. And so I guess, for my students and my kids, if they really want to achieve those threes and so on and so forth, we're going to make sure they're going to master that skill to achieve that. Yes, and understand that when they do that, they're going to have hopefully their desired grade at the end of the semester, at the end of the year. That's what they're striving for, right? Help me understand if I'm wrong, because at the end of the day, they want to achieve some.
So this will be the last thing I say, and I would move that we vote. Or anybody else can finish up. You referenced before the trade union, and and it's fine that they allow people to take multiple times to get into the trade union. Okay. The only data we have is where our kids are performing, and they're taking the same test that everyone else in the state takes, right? So all those kids in those other school districts that are scoring higher on their test, they can apply to those same trade unions, right? And they can get in the first time and the second time, or maybe our kids are getting in the third, fourth, or fifth time, because it's a competition once you're done with school and life, right? And right now, we are not meeting the burden of our kids to have them in the top half of the state, right? That's the data that we have that shows to us. So we need to do the best we can to be objective, acknowledge our deficiencies, and come together to find a way to do it better, because we're not doing it good enough. That is my point.
Just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification, because if I believe correctly, the Northern Illinois Buildings Trades Unions, they were more interested in having their applicants master reading and math skills to get into their programs, if you will. Thank you, Reed Nemick. So at the end of the day, yes, we wanna measure progress, right? We want to have some measurements for this. But we don't have data that's conclusive for the entire district that was involved with PBG, because some kids weren't in PBG. Some kids weren't piloting. So it's unfair to say that what we're looking at today, and especially last year, and what we're seeing this year, well, that data is already skewed already due to just COVID and the effects that we've had in the educational system. But again, I go back to, Tom, I'm a proponent. I want to see some data too. I want to make sure that we're getting the collective data for all the students that are currently, right now, district-wide. Now we have a baseline to get district-wide data on how they're going to perform going forward. Because right now, it's been a little bit of a hodgepodge of a pilot here and a pilot there. And some did it this year and some did it last. It's not consistent data is what we don't have. But I think we have a baseline this year going forward, now that we're district-wide, to start measuring what the effects are and the student achievement going forward. Again, that's why you're proposing that, we continue on, because we don't have the data to say otherwise that it's not necessarily working, because the data is not there, where it's not consistent for us to base that decision on.
Just one thing really quick, finally, we got a letter a while back from from a lady who I have no idea who she is. And I don't mean any disrespect by this because I read it and I took it to heart. I'm sorry. I think she called us out on, I don't know who she was calling out. She might have been talking to me because I apologized to her. It was me. I fully said, let me know what I need to do better. She was very disappointed in the behavior of the board, all of us collectively. And I think that we model things for kids and we model things for the public. And the public does as adults too. And I think we have to be able to agree to disagree. We have to be able to talk respectfully, which I think happens 98% of the time. I think the problem is though, when it doesn't, kids see that and they think that's okay. And I think we have to get to the point where we may not agree on everything and we won't. We're not going to agree on a lot of things. Like I said, grading is like religion and politics. It's really a disagreeable subject. But I also think we as a collective group of adults, everybody in the room needs to understand kids watch this and kids will see this. And we need to set a good example for them too. Because at the end of the day, that's just as important as sometimes what they learn academically too, because that is the real world too.
So the motion currently on the floor is to approve the continued use of the grading and promotion practices A through G as outlined in the superintendent's annual report regarding the currently utilized grading and promotion system. Roll call, please.
Ms. Mayville.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera. Mr. Booker. Mrs. Hauk. Mr. Zickert. Mrs. Whitcomb. Mrs. Reed Nemick.
No, motion fails.
So what now?
Next, we'll be moving on to, do I have a motion to approve the revisions to the existing Board of Education Policy 460, purchases and contracts as presented?
So moved.
Member Whitcomb made the motion and Member Zickert seconded the motion to approve the revisions to existing Board of Education Policy 460, purchases and contracts as presented. Discussion?
Yeah, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? Like, our meeting's not long enough? Like, do we need to have more contracts come to the board for discussion and kick over to the next meeting and kick over to the next meeting? Why are we doing this?
Well, the policy already calls for all contracts to come to the board. In the first paragraph, it says that
Right,
all
it still
contracts will
says
come.
that. So
Right.
are all,
And so the contract language that changes in the paragraph that talks about allowing for a single year contract not to exceed $25,000, that would come in underneath the third paragraph under standards for purchasing and contract.
so they all will come before the board? All contracts are going to come before the board?
Well, that's already there. That's not
Right.
changed. That's not changing.
So
That's,
all
that-
contracts are going to come before the board?
well, they haven't been. though. I mean,
Right, but are
yeah.
they going forward?
Well, they should have been. The
Okay,
language
but are they
calls for
going
that.
to now?
I would hope so,
Okay,
as
so
it's
all
called for by
contracts.
language.
How many,
Uh,
Dr. Brown, how many contracts does the district enter into every year? Over 100? Over 200? Okay. And this is going to do what? So going forward, all contracts are going to come for an up or down vote before the board? I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, so.
But the policy says all contracts.
Mr. Herrera, can you, and turn on your,
Yeah.
thank you.
So just to reiterate. I think what it's specifying is all contracts over $25,000 are to come to the board. I think that's how we kind of agreed to it, and it was kind of confusing. We went back and forth in the policy committee, understanding some of the confusion, and around this, so I can see kind
Yeah,
of
I'm
maybe
still
where you're coming
confused.
So
from.
there were no changes to the policy language as it relates to all contracts shall be
Right.
approved or authorized by the
Right.
board. So in paragraph 3, the addition was and single year contracts for supplies. So the adoption of the board or of the budget authorizes the superintendent or designee to make purchases, budgeted supplies, equipment, services, and single year contracts for supplies, equipment, and services not to exceed $25,000. That's
So
the change.
we identified an internal inconsistency in the policy and did not fix the internal inconsistency in the policy.
What internal consistency are you concerned
That
wasn't fixed?
All contracts shall be approved or authorized by the board.
That wasn't identified in the discussion as an inconsistency that anyone believed needed to be addressed.
Is it inconsistent? I mean, I read it as inconsistent with the other language in the policy. I thought I read somewhere that that was identified as confusing and inconsistent. I thought I saw that somewhere in policy committee meeting minutes, but I could be wrong about that.
I can speak to that. I was at the policy committee and I sent a request after there was a question that came up and Dr. Weisman and I discussed it and I said, if there's inconsistency or possible ambiguity, then, you know, board policy, I'll ask the board policy committee to look at it. And from there, the committee looked at it and that is as a committee, how they determined how to make it less ambiguous. So in answer to your question, I don't know in regards to how you're reading it, but that's how the committee has made the recommendation in relation to moving forward. The committee felt that in the language, it said all contracts are to be approved by the board.
So I just want to be clear. So going forward, all contracts are coming to the board.
Yes, according to current policy language.
Okay, we're not doing that now, but we're going to do that moving forward.
So
Well,
that's,
policy, oh, sorry. go ahead.
so, yeah, that, I would like clarification on that as well. Because my interpretation of the verbiage before the changes were that the board had to either approve or authorize every contract. Authorization came when you approved the budget. Approval was required if something was happening outside of the budget. So we were not bringing budgeted items to you for approval because we felt we were authorized to do that. Approval, formal approval came when something was either outside of the budget or if we just felt like it was important for the board to see something. The way I'm interpreting it now is that if something is under $25,000 and budgeted for, then I have the authority to purchase it. If it's over $25,000 or we have not budgeted for it, unless it's an emergency, that would need formal board approval. I think it will, I think Ms. Mayville's initial question was, are more contracts coming to the board? I think that will result in more contracts coming to the board than we currently have now.
Well, all contracts.
I would like some clarification on that, yeah.
So what do you look, what clarification, if you could ask him maybe a specific question?
Yeah,
or you
so
asking
I'm
what-
getting mixed messages on if this means that all contracts are coming to the board or if things that are over $25,000 are coming to the board.
What was the intent?
The intent of the committee was to clarify that there is a provision now made that indicates that contracts, single year contracts over $25,000 are subject to the approval of the superintendent or their designee. That's the difference or provision there. So it doesn't change. I mean, if there's budgeted supplies, equipment, and we were very specific about the fact that no one's looking to say if you need light bulbs, you have to come back to the board. Those are budgeted supplies that are in there. If there's a contract that you need to enter into for a single year for an expenditure of less than $25,000, then you would have the authority under this policy to enter into that contract for a sum to be spent of less than $25,000. All other contracts, all contracts are going to come to the board for
All other
approval.
Or all? I mean, could we maybe, I don't know if there's a rush on getting this passed or not, but maybe we could the committee could maybe tell the board attorney what we're trying to do here, and he could craft language so that the policy we pass is what the committee is intending to do, would be my suggestion.
So if it doesn't pass, then we can certainly evaluate whether or not we want to go forward with making additional changes to the policy or not. The committee spent a significant amount of time with all stakeholders and people represented from, the various stakeholder groups within the district, and the recommendation came for the policy to come forward as it is. And for first reading last month, then we're here for a vote. If it doesn't pass and if the vote doesn't go in that direction, then we can take it up from there, or there are provisions, if it does pass, to, that are outlined in policy for ways to address it additionally, if that's the will of the board.
I just want a policy that says what we're gonna actually do.
Well, I think the policy said that, but we weren't following it. The
Okay,
policy said all
so we
contracts
are-
come to the board,
So
and
all
all
policy-
contracts weren't coming to the
Okay,
board.
But they will now. That's the intent.
I didn't write the initial
The intent
contract.
is to follow policy, and the
Well, I know-
change in regards to the beginning was not changed because that was the intention of the policy.
Then why do we specify later on that some contracts the administration can just do without approval?
Because contracts specifically weren't stated lower in regards to once the budget has been authorized, or once the budget has been approved, that then the superintendent is authorized to make purchases, supplies.
I think what distinguishes it, what we thought distinguished the difference there is that contracts could be approved or authorized. And so that or authorized part, that's where the $25,000 part comes in.
Okay, so it's not the case that all contracts will be coming to the board going forward.
If a contract is a 1-year contract under $25,000 after we've approved the budget, then no, it would not come to the board.
Okay, that's different, I think, than what I was hearing before. And I think when we pass policies, we should know what they say and have a common agreement on what it's going to do. So thanks for humoring me with my pedantry. Go for it.
Dr. Weisman, are there any more questions you had? Because you had some questions around understanding this, or what?
No, I understand this. My understanding is that we will continue as we have been doing with under $25,000 purchases that are budgeted for. Anything above $25,000 we'll bring to the board.
No, the way that it's written is only contracts. Only single-year contracts. Everything else, if you've got to buy $100,000 worth of light bulbs that are budgeted for, once that has been budgeted for, then that doesn't come to the board. Only single-year contracts over $25,000 would then obviously not fall within that second category and
Okay.
bump up to contracts coming to the board.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Whitcomb. Mr. Zickert. Mr. Herrera. Mr. Booker. Ms. Mayville.
No.
Mrs. Hauk. Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye, motion passes. Next are the following discussion items. The first one on the discussion is Care Solace. Mr. Booker, this was something I believe that came through Business Services Committee. If you could start off the discussion, if there is any discussion, please.
We went through it, didn't know. This came through a couple times, and I decided we decided to move it to the board for discussion. I believe we had 4 questions we wanted answered on it that we were going to get answers for tonight, and then have discussion on it to see what everybody thought in relation to the Care Solace program.
Does anybody have any questions in regards to this? In regards to the new question, there was new questions, then it also answers to questions from the October Business Services Committee meeting. Mr. Bucher, if you want to shine any light on that in addition, or if anyone has any questions.
So at this point, this fits under $25,000 and it's budgeted. Could I just enter a single year contract with them?
If it has been budgeted for
Do we budgeted for this, Greg?
in the budget that we have approved, if it had been budgeted for and it was under 25,000, then yes. And we've approved the ESSER grant budget through the full budget.
So we don't need a board vote on this?
We wouldn't necessarily need a board vote on this.
Yeah,
correct?
that would be my request is that, but I do need your blessing because we did say that we come back on this for your blessing. Yep, I think we put them in
They're
here.
actually listed on board documents. My only question is just making sure that we have progress monitoring on this, so we know how many people are using it. When we run out of money, are we going to leave people high and dry, or is there kind of like an exit plan strategy for how we'll provide that afterwards? There are no other questions. We'll move on to county school facility tax bond and interest fund abatement and proposed additional abatement. Mr. Bucher? That came from Business Services? Any discussion or questions? SEC MMA filing an annual post-issuance compliance review. Looks like this will come for discussion at the board or Business Services Committee meeting in December. Does anyone have any questions regarding that? Next, high school courses. This is something that we do annually, correct, Dr. Weisman?
Yes, and we try to give the board a heads up the month before, so if there are questions, we can work through those. So we can get this approved in December.
Just per Mrs. Mayville's request, I think she was right on this because they do need to know in December. So I think if we want to reflect for a month, the two I'm just personally suggesting this, so don't take it like I'm supporting her against anything, is that global studies was one. I think it's because it's new. You may want to ask questions on. Not saying it's bad. I mean, it's just one to look at. I think the other one from past experience that I had when I wasn't around on the board but sat through the meeting, the only other one that I saw that created any kind of feedback at all was Accelerated English 11. I think if you have any questions on those between now and December, I would ask questions on those two or whatever else you want. But I think Mrs. Mayville was right. Dr. Carson needs no answers on those in December, either way.
And that information goes through Dr. Weistman, correct?
Yeah, generally, if you have questions, you can ask me, but I'm happy to connect you with Dr. Carson as well.
Next, the 2023-24 school calendars. Discussion on that. That is something that will be coming for a vote, I believe, in December, correct? And before that comes for a vote that goes to all four of the unions? Okay. Anyone have any questions on that? Next, substitute wages.
So this is just a discussion. We're looking for some board feedback on this. Staffing does continue to be a struggle for us as a school district. Dr. Ady here in a second can give you fill rates. We are considering, but would like some feedback on whether it's useful to come back and propose different salary structures for substitute teachers and substitute nurses specifically. Generally, there's staffing shortages all over the place, and this is one of the things that school districts are trying to do to accommodate those staffing shortages. So I don't know, Dr. Ady, if you've got our fill rate, most recent fill rate.
Our most recent fill rate is 57%. So that's from the beginning of the year, which is pretty comparable to other districts that are in the region. So one of the things we have started discussing is whether or not to bump up some of our sub rates, maybe even provide incentives and that. So those are a few of the things that we were going to look at and bring back to you probably next month.
Yeah, so I don't know if anybody has opinions on whether that's a good idea to look at or bring to you.
The times in the past, there have been a couple times in the past when we've offered incentives. I can think of incentives for retired teachers was one of them. Incentives for subs who have worked a certain number of days a year. Have those incentives in the past increased fill rate when we've done them? Have they been effective?
I'm not really familiar with what they've done in the past with that.
Yeah, so a lot of times what you get is you'll get like an initial jolt of people that maybe were considering or weren't considering it. Maybe when we initially paid for like their licensing fees, that might have gotten a couple people over the hump. So to be honest, the districts that we're talking to, even though some of them pay their substitutes more than we pay, they still have the same fill rate. So we're not necessarily positive that that's going to change things.
What's our current?
Our current, well, our regular sub pay is 110. And then our retired teachers and long-term subs make 130.
When was the last time we increased that? I know we did that not real super long ago. When did we increase that? And what did it increase from before?
We increased it just going into this new school year. I think our previous rate was 100, so we bumped it up like $10.
So in the current school year, 21-22 is the last bump, and it was about $10.
Correct. It's now 110. As far as pay goes, we're somewhere in the middle. Rockford's a little bit higher than us. I think Harlem is a little higher than us, but it fluctuates too, because depending on like if it's a half-day sub, full-day sub, retired teacher, they've all got different pay for different types of subs, and it's not the same. I mean, a lot of what we do is different than other districts, and so it's not. Some of the subcategories are not direct comparison. So the easy ones to look at are just the regular long-term, half-day, retired teachers. All the districts tend to do something with that.
Have we talked to Kelly to see if they have any input? Do they manage districts higher sub-bill rates? Can they distinguish factors?
So I have talked to Kelly a little bit about it. But Ben and I actually have another meeting this week, and this is on the agenda to do that. And that is one of my questions, is if he can give me any feedback on that from other districts that have done that, and if that's helped at all.
Competing with other districts who use Kelly, because doesn't Harlem use Kelly? Rockford uses Kelly. So would that just kind of start the stair step, like, oh, Belvedere increased it. Okay, now we're going to have to
To be honest with you, yes, it probably could do that.
My concern a concern going forward would be once we up it, is what we up it to, we can never go back and be like, oh, guess what? We don't have the money, or now we have a lot of subs, which probably isn't going to happen, but now we have what we need. We're going down to, 130 or whatever. Once we hit someplace, we can't go back.
I think it would make it hard to do that. Yes.
I think one of the problems, I just bring this up very briefly, is Kelly, from my personal dealing just recently as a agent, I was on this one for 9-9 form, part of it is their user friendliness. I think it's kind of like calling in not the call centers, but it's kind of like push this for this, push that for that. You don't get a real person, get their answering machine, and you may or may not get called back. Then you get put on forwarded to a website. So I think some of not that many, I'm talking a handful, but a handful of the people I've talked to said that's been part of the reason why they don't want to mess with it anymore. It's just a user friendly. It's not anything to do with the schools, not anything to do with the experience, just with stuff like that. And maybe it's just a one-off.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And anytime that I've gotten some of those complaints, and it's just been a handful, I brought those to him, and he's been very responsive. I do know that in the level above him, there was a change in some of the employees there, and I think we did take a little bit of a hit initially when they made that transition, and so I'm hoping that will improve.
So possibly not just looking at increasing pay, but maybe thinking outside of the box. What can we do to make us look? Because let's be honest, everybody is calling Kelly. They're not necessarily calling each school district. So that might kind of keep us inside a box a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say talk to Kelly, see if they have any ideas. I mean, the sub shortage is a huge problem for our staff, and kids, and anything that we can do better. Have my full support if you come up with that we think.
Okay, moving on to the RIF Joint Committee Agreement that will be coming to us in December, correct?
Yes, and again, this is just something we do every year. It's routine. We have to do it in December. And it basically just outlines if we were ever put in a position where we would have to RIF, it gives kind of the pecking order. It starts basically with lowest seniority and on up. And so it's just a standard thing that we do every December, just so we're in a position, if we ever have to do something like that, we've kind of got our marching orders for how we would go about doing that.
The upcoming contract renewals and reports, as always, is listed. Dr. Weisman, do you have anything regarding that? Okay. And moving on to administrative reports, Dr. Weisman.
So I just want to take my time today and recognize Dr. Brown for his work here in the school district. Dr. Brown is going to be mad at me that I'm calling him out here, but he is one of the hardest workers I've known in my career. I think his financial expertise has saved our taxpayers a whole lot of money and brought financial stability to the district. I don't know if people know, everybody knows that Greg's a really great asset for the school district as an employee. But I don't know if people know that he's also been on the board for the Rock River Valley Food Pantry, for Growth Dimensions, the Boone County Council on Aging, the Community Foundation, the Community Building Complex of Boone County. He was an active community member and supporting the district before he started working here. He ran canvassing committees and public relations committees for 15 years, helping pass referendums for 3 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and a high school. He has been involved with Habitat for Humanity since 2007. I think you can still see him sometimes volunteering for cheerleading competitions, which blows my mind. I would never think that Greg would spend his weekends at cheerleading competitions until I got to know his family a little bit better and realized how passionate they are just about the kids and the good experience the kids have in that program. So I think Greg is the I think Greg is the best of the best. I think he's a humble and dedicated servant in the community, and I appreciate the work that he's done on behalf of just trying to make sure our kids have good places to learn. And he promised me he'd take a welding class with me once the ATC opened. So I'm hoping we can still see him a whole lot. Not only as a neighbor, but still around here in Belvedere. So I just want to make sure everybody knows how much I appreciate him, and I love him and the work that he does. We have American Education Week happening. We've got a handful of different ways that we're trying to celebrate teachers this week at the district level, sending some goodies out to the teachers this week and celebrating them on social media. So appreciate, I know a lot of parent organizations do similar things, and there's a lot of celebrations in the schools happening, especially it's been a rough couple years for our teachers. And then finally, just under superintendent comments, I would say that we, Dr. Brown did a lot of research on different opportunities for screening, COVID-19 screening outside of the SHIELD program. We did find a couple out of state screening opportunities. They're all pretty expensive right now. We're focusing a lot of our hopes on a federal program that Dr. Brown's working with the health department on to try to bring in some type of screening option for the families that are interested in that. Let's see, I think we also appreciate the board as part of the Education Week for Board Member Appreciation Day and all the work that you do. I think that was also mentioned here today. Our fall housing report is listed here that I want to call out. We are seeing the probably the 5th year in a row where our enrollment has declined. This isn't surprising, and it's something that we saw when we did the demographic studies a few years ago. So that's something that we'll have to keep an eye on, and something that the long range facility planning committee can look at. I think that's all probably that I would add, unless anybody has questions on any of the reports that are in there. Our loss is you got big shoes. Everything that Dr. Brown does here for our district. Expertise. Hopefully, be part of it. That's so engaged. Again, just
I'd also like to thank Greg for his service. No idea. No idea. No idea what we're losing. Um, an incalculable loss. When we hired Dr. Weisman, the board at that time told him, there's one employee you can't touch. And that's Dr. Brown. And that's not any slight on any of our other employees. It was a non-negotiable. And fortunately, Dan was smart enough and had the humbleness to not be threatened by Greg's knowledge and skill and familiarity with the district. And as a team, they've really been a force. I warned you this would happen. I warned you. So this will be part of this board's enduring legacy. I'll be around to remind people of that.
I just want to say really quick, I worked with Greg for 6 years, and I enjoyed working with Greg for 6 years. As a principal and then in the central office, we worked together 4 years here and 2 years as a principal, and he is really good at what he does. Back in the days, we put the cheerleading part. That was back in the days when his daughter was in cheerleading. And actually, BHS and North were pretty close back then. They were going kind of back and forth, and then it kind of went the other way a little. But just a sports analogy, because I'm a sports kind of guy at bad heart even, still, is that the one thing you always say about people is you don't want to follow the legend. You want to follow the person who follows the legend. And that's, I think about that with Greg in this one, is that following in those footsteps is going to be very, very difficult. I think it's very, very difficult to follow that.
Say, Dr. Brown, I would very much like to indicate my appreciation for your professionalism, your dedication to making sure that everything is done in the best needs of the students. I believe that I have heard you say, if it's good for students, just, give me the go ahead and we'll find the money. We'll figure out how to do it. And the students in your next district will benefit greatly from that. And I appreciate everything that you have done to be prepared to lead committee meetings, to provide information, to go the extra mile in saving millions of dollars as recently as just a couple months ago for the taxpayers. I'm glad to see that you're not leaving the community, because the community, we hope to see you in the community. The community, I feel, can still benefit from your leadership within the community. And I just wanted to say, appreciate everything that you've done, and good luck with your next adventure.
Could just say real quick, I really appreciate everything you've done, Greg. I've been on here a long time. I've seen the difference you made, and I'm really sorry if I have a feeling that we had something to do with you leaving, and I just want to tell you I'm really sorry about that. And wherever you're going, they're very lucky to have you.
Well, I haven't been around very long, but I have found that every question I've asked you, you've been transparent to answer. You spent a great deal of time going over all of the different funds, 30 or 40 minutes one day just to answer questions, not specific, but general. I've benefited as a taxpayer. obviously, before being any party to service on the board. And I appreciate that there's never been a question that you weren't willing to answer and or follow up on if you didn't know the answer. And what comes next for you is obviously going to be a huge obstacle and an opportunity for us. And it sounds as if from people who have been around, it will be big shoes to fill, and hopefully you will coach them to some degree in the way in which you depart, I'm sure being as elegant as the way in which you have worked to make the transition for whomever attempts to fill your shoes is able to do.
Only known Greg for 6 months as well, but on the Business Services Committee, I thought he's done a fabulous job, which I've sung his praises more than once at our meetings, and he will definitely be a big loss. I wish him the best.
Anything else, Dr. Weiss?
I think we try to just recognize in the look ahead, we got some items we talked about today that are going to be on the agenda next month: high school course catalog, middle school courses, sales tax abatement, the school calendar. Let's see, we've got the joint annual conference this weekend that we talked about, and we've got some committee meetings coming up that are listed as well. And that's all I have.
I'd also, since this is Board Recognition Month, even though Pam Ashens is not an elected member of our board, she is our recording secretary. She is a member of our board. She is at every board meeting. She's taking notes. She's letting us know what needs to be done and who needs to do what. And I'd like to recognize her for her recent completion of education and training for her administrative professional certification. She recently. At this time, the board will be going back into closed executive session to discuss to continue our discussions from earlier. Do I have a motion? Just a second. Just need to know what we're discussing. Okay. So do I have a motion to go into closed executive session regarding section 2, heading C, exception sub number 1 of the Open Meetings Act to discuss the appointment, employment compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body. In sub number 2, collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives. In sub number 11, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court of administrative tribunal. Whitcomb made the motion and member Zickert seconded the motion to go into closed executive session. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Whitcomb. Mr. Zickert. Mr. Bucher. Mr. Herrera. Mrs. Hauk. Mrs. Mayville. Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye. To adjourn the meeting. Member Herrera made the motion and Member Zickert seconded the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Meeting adjourned at 10:55 PM.